Chapter 860. Yi Chun is in danger this time. Lu Xiaoyu had fought with Marquis Sword Snow before, so he knew how frightening Marquis Sword Snow was. If a sword artist could be fast and accurate, he would already be considered a first-rate sword artist. If he could achieve fine details, he would be considered a top-rate sword artist. However, Marquis Sword Snow's sword arts were still beautiful and dreamy under fine details. Clearly, he had already reached perfection in fine details. Without fighting, no one knows the result. What's the point of guessing? Bai Wuxue shook his head. The points battle proceeded very quickly. In Life and Death Palace, one could not die. Therefore, everyone took out their trump cards, striving to kill their opponents in one strike. It was not like the outside world, where they would first probe and then gradually increase their strength. After all, they only had one life. If they fought with their lives on the line, it would be either you die or I die. 23rd round ended. 24th round. The first battle was between Su Jing and Young Undying Demon Lord. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body made many apprehensive. Not everyone had the same ability as Yi Chun, who could instantly suppress Young Undying Demon Lord and easily kill him. If they wanted to kill Young Undying Demon Lord, they would have to be stronger than him. Otherwise, they would only be tortured. However, this time, the one being tortured was not Su Jing, but Young Undying Demon Lord. Pung! Fist against fist. A berserk shockwave swept out in all directions. Young Undying Demon Lord's right arm cracked open, and he was sent flying while spurting out blood. Su Jing's golden dragon power was more than 500,000 kilograms. It wasn't something that an undying body could withstand. Moreover, compared to ordinary vital energy, the golden dragon power was purer and more domineering. It was a top-tier vital energy. Recover for me. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body had already reached the point of regrowing broken limbs. This was the innate advantage of the Undying Demon Art's upgrade to a Heaven-grade art. Circulating the Undying Demon Art, Young Undying Demon Lord's right arm grew back. He clenched his right fist, producing creaking sounds as if two pieces of steel were being squeezed together. Poison Dragon Fist. How could Su Jing give him the chance to regroup? A golden flame burst out, pierced through the air, and landed a punch on the Young Undying Demon Lord's protective Zhenyuan. Under Su Jing's attack, the Zhenyuan was no different from tofu, and a huge hole was easily opened. The fist shrouded in golden energy made a small dent in the Young Undying Demon Lord's chest armor. Bang! Blood mist exploded as the Young Undying Demon Lord's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were instantly shattered. He's ridiculously strong. Young Undying Demon Lord was killed just like that. This woman's strength is at least in the top 3 of the life and death substitute list. Compared to a battle of skills, Su Jing's crushing style of battle was much more convincing. Moreover, watching a gentle and beautiful woman turn into a goddess of war was also a delightful thing. Following that, there were also some popular contestants competing against each other. However, these were all contestants for the top 5, so they weren't that excited. At present, there were 8 people competing for the top 5: Marquis Sword Star, Marquis Sword Snow, Luo Tiandu, Yi Chun, Su Jing, Dantai Mingyue Young Elephant Lord, and Lan Sanmei. Admittedly, there was a chance of an upset, and a new popular contestant would emerge. However, with the progress of the points battle, such a possibility was too small, almost impossible. Marquis Sword Snow versus Lan Sanmei. The second to last battle of the 24th round, another peak confrontation began. Marquis Sword Snow, a sword Dao monster of Sky Sword Continent. His sword arts were gorgeous and dreamy, especially the one he used to kill Dantai Mingyue. It left many people horrified, as they had never seen such a gorgeous sword art before. Demoness Saberlan Sanmei, the #1 young blade artist of Blood Sky Continent, as well as the #1 young blade artist of Elysium. At least for now, it wouldn't be easy for Duguju to surpass her. A confrontation between a sword artist and a blade artist had always been exciting, not to mention that their statuses among blade artists and sword artists were both at the very top. Lan Sanmei was well aware of how frightening Marquis Sword Snow was. Therefore, she didn't dare to attack recklessly. She waved her black demonic blade, sending out a black saber chi that slashed toward Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow's figure flickered like a flickering light, brushing past the black saber chi. With a cry, his sword was unsheathed, filling the sky with snowflakes. What a fast sword! Lan Sanmei's pupils shrank as she hurriedly waved her blade to block. Clang! Lan Sanmei retreated a few steps, her figure staggering. Around her, traces of sword chi splashed out. He blocked it, worthy of being the Demoness Saber. Up until now, no one had been able to block Marquis Sword Snow's sword unscathed. Even Dantai Mingyue, who had the fastest movement speed, was almost pierced in the throat. Snowflakes dance. Snowflakes no longer fell down. Instead, they fluttered in the air and pierced toward Lan Sanmei. These snowflakes were condensed from Marquis Sword Snow's sword chi. They were incomparably cold and sharp. If one didn't try their best to defend, even their protective Zhen Yuan wouldn't be able to block them. Break! Lan Sanmei let out a delicate shout. Her black demonic blade danced in an airtight manner, blocking all the snowflakes outside of an eggshell-like black blade screen. Marquis Sword Snow's eyes lit up. Lan Sanmei's blade, arts contained vibrating power. The snowflakes condensed from sword chi were originally not that easy to block. However, upon encountering the vibrating power, they immediately disintegrated, turning into formless chi currents. Demonic chop! The black blade screen shattered, and Lan Sanmei's figure suddenly rushed forward. She waved her demonic blade and slashed out a deep black blade light. The blade light turned blurry, and even the space was shattered. In the small chamber, Duguju's eyes were ice cold. It was precisely this blade that had defeated him. The blade light was as fast as a swan, arriving in a flash. Clang! With Marquis Sword Snow at the center, a large amount of dazzling sparks shot out in all directions. The continuous collision of blades and swords caused Lan Sanmei to retreat dozens of steps. She said in astonishment, "You actually broke my demonic chop with a revolving power?" Demonic chop was a peerless blade art that could only be used at greater completion. The vibrating power contained within was far beyond that of ordinary blade arts. Under this blade, even Duguju, whose blade power was higher than hers, would have to bear a grudge. From this, one could see how frightening this blade was. On the other hand, Marquis Sword Snow's body rotated the moment the blade light reached him. His longsword also followed suit, continuously weakening the vibrating power contained in demonic chop. What a frightening blade artist! What a frightening sword artist! Everyone was astonished, whether it was Lan Sanmei's demonic chop or Marquis Sword Snow's revolving sword art. Both were terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, Lan Sanmei was the one who had exchanged the most moves with Marquis Sword Snow since the start of the point battle. If it were someone else, they would have been defeated long ago. With my strength, it's impossible to defeat him. I can only use that move. A thought flickered in Lan Sanmei's mind, and her gaze turned cold. Swish! Lan Sanmei quickly approached Marquis Sword Snow, while hiding the black demonic blade at his waist. Marquis Sword Snow's intuition told him that Lan Sanmei's blade was extremely frightening. His expression turned grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Annihilation chop! Lan Sanmei's right arm turned indistinct as he instantly shot out a blade strike. The vibrating frequency of this strike was even higher than demonic chops, to the point that before the strike could be completely unleashed, countless flowers of blood blossomed on Lan Sanmei's right arm. This was a sign that his body couldn't bear the vibrating frequency. As the blade was unleashed, the space shattered and shattered. Delightful! Only in the life and death palace would I dare to unleash this strike. As soon as the blade was unleashed, Lan Sanmei's spirit, chi, and soul seemed to have been emptied. Freezing sword point. Marquis Sword Snow's expression had never been so grave before. His sword shot out almost at the same time as Lan Sanmei's blade. An ice-blue trajectory brushed past the demonic blade. Due to the vibrating power contained in the demonic blade being too powerful, Marquis Sword Snow's sword, which was originally aimed at Lan Sanmei's throat, was deflected and ultimately pierced the latter's left shoulder. Kacha! Lan Sanmei's left shoulder was instantly sealed in ice, which quickly spread to his chest and abdomen. With a bang, a small half of Lan Sanmei's body shattered like an ice sculpture. Lan Sanmei had been defeated. On the other hand, Marquis Sword Snow's left arm had been severed from the elbow, and his blood dyed the ground red. For the first time, Marquis Sword Snow was gravely injured, losing an arm. In the small chamber, Lan Sanmei sighed. Annihilation Chop can only be used when one has reached perfection in demonic blade arts. If it was outside, this strike would have severely injured the user. It's a blade move that kills 1,000 enemies, while injuring oneself 800. Unfortunately, I still couldn't beat him. That sword's power was condensed into a single point, not even the slightest bit leaking out. If it hadn't brushed past the demonic blade, my whole body would have been sealed in ice and shattered. Marvelous, truly marvelous. This battle could be said to be a pinnacle battle. Marquis Sword Snow's sword art and Lan Sanmei's blade art had left the majority of the audience gasping in amazement. One has vibrating power, and the other has compressed power. Very troublesome. Yichen had seen everything. He had long since witnessed Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Its destructive power was extremely frightening, just like the cutting machines of Yi Chen's world. As long as the vibrating power was sufficient, it could easily cut through steel. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point, on the other hand, was a sword move that completely compressed the power at the tip of the sword. Compared to young Undying Demon Lord's chaotic world calamity, this freezing sword point was more reserved, and its destructive power was also greater. The battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow had ended, and only one battle remained in the 24th round. Everybody looked toward the stone steel. Two names lit up: Yichen against Marquis Sword Star. Heavens! Another pinnacle battle, and it's a sword artist against a sword artist. Marquis Sword Star is the #1 young sword artist of Sky Sword Continent in name. His strength is unfathomable, probably not below Marquis Sword Snow. Although this Yichen looks a bit inferior on the surface, he might have some powerful killing moves. I wonder who will win. Most likely Marquis Sword Star. He was the last life and death substitute list's first ranker, and his cultivation base has also reached the peak of the 3rd layer. The gap is not small. Yeah, Yi Chen's chances of winning are quite small, but as long as he can keep up with the battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow, it'll be fine. Hopefully, he won't be unable to injure Marquis Sword Star. The battle between Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Star had stirred up a heated discussion among the crowd. Chapter 8, 61. Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art had already reached the 4th strike 3 years ago. I wonder if he has succeeded in cultivating the 5th strike. If he has, then Yi Chen has no hope of victory. Luo Qiandu creased his brows. As the second ranker of the last life and death substitute list, it was impossible for him to not have exchanged blows with Marquis Swordstar. 10 years ago, Marquis Swordstar had only managed to complete the third strike, but it was precisely this strike that made his defense unable to withstand a single blow. In the following 7 years, Luo Qiandu's strength had improved greatly. He originally wanted to exchange pointers with Marquis Swordstar, but after learning that Marquis Swordstar had successfully cultivated the fourth strike, he gave up on the idea. Marquis Swordstar and Yi Chun? A trace of graveness appeared on Marquis Sword Snow's delicate face. These two couldn't be underestimated, especially Marquis Swordstar. His 7-star point kill sword art was an ancient sword art with boundless might. It was said that the second strike of the 7-star point kill sword art was twice as powerful as the first strike, and the third strike was twice as powerful as the second strike, and so on. At the 6th strike realm, one could kill a dragon of the same level, and at the 7th strike realm, one could kill an ordinary life and death king with the strength of a strongest half-step king. Marquis Swordstar looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and was rather handsome. He wore a spacious spruce robe that fluttered in the wind as if it was weightless, giving off a feeling that he was as light as a feather. Yi Chun, on the other hand, looked much younger. He looked to be in his early 20s, clad in blue robes. His eyes were calm, but not shallow. His pitch-black pupils seemed like an abyss that could contain everything. The two sword artists slowly walked toward each other. When they were 100 meters apart, the two stopped. This sword, Greedy Wolf Sword. Marquis Swordstar unsheathed his long sword, which flickered with a cold light and overflowed with killing intent. Indeed, a sword also had a killing intent, and it was even purer than a human's. Evil Vanquishing Sword. Although Yi Chen's Evil Vanquishing Sword wasn't unsheathed, under Yi Chen's urging, it was still slightly unsheathed. Just a little bit caused an upright and imposing sword chi to spread out. Good sword. Marquis Swordstar's eyes lit up. Yi Chen's Evil Vanquishing Sword was not inferior to his Greedy Wolf Sword. It could be said to be one of the best pseudo-supreme grade swords. Be careful, I will do my best. Holding sword of Greedy Wolf in his hand, Marquis Swordstar's eyes gradually turned cold. 7-star instant kill. First kill. Originally, everyone thought that Marquis Swordstar would use other sword arts to probe Yi Chen. Who would have thought that he would directly use the 7-star point kill sword art? Puff! The 7 stars point kill was killing lives. Starlight flashed before Yi Chen's eyes, and he felt a cold and merciless sword chi rushing towards him. This sword chi came so suddenly and so strangely. Ding! Unsheathing his Evil Vanquishing Sword, Yi Chen looked straight ahead. His sword flew and broke through the sword chi. Second strike, star flash. Swish! Marquis Swordstar's figure flickered like a star. He suddenly darkened, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Chun. Sword of Greedy Wolf, carrying the purest killing intent, stabbed forward. The second strike contained a footwork art within the sword art, and the two complemented each other. This sword was unbelievably fast. The footwork and sword art seemed to have fused into one, and borrowing the momentum of the charge, the sword art's might was raised to a whole new level. If Lan Sanmei's blade art was a vibrational power, then Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword was a compressed power. Marquis Swordstar's was a piercing power, which could pierce through even more powerful objects. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chun raised the Evil Vanquishing Sword horizontally and blocked Marquis Swordstar's second strike. However, the piercing power contained in Sword of Greedy Wolf was not so easy to deal with. Yi Chen's feet rubbed against the ground and slid forward, leaving behind dazzling sparks. Third strike, star extinction. Marquis Swordstar was unforgiving. Retracting Sword of Greedy Wolf, he thrust out once again. This time, the speed of the piercing power was even faster than the previous one. Is this Marquis Swordstar? Too ruthless. Sword after sword, Yichen simply can't retaliate. Worthy of being Marquis Swordstar. When he makes his move, it's a killing strike. In such a short period of time, the spectators naturally didn't have the time to speak. However, the same thought flashed through their minds. Swish! Marquis Swordstar's strike had missed, not because his accuracy was lacking, but because Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword had collided with his Sword of Greedy Wolf. What shocked him was that Yi Chen's sword actually contained a high-frequency vibration power. The vibration power was transmitted to Sword of Greedy Wolf through the point of collision, causing his strike to lose more than half of its power. Vibration power. Lan Sanmei's eyes opened wide. When did he learn a sword art containing vibration power? Moreover, it didn't seem to be much weaker than hers. Learned it on the spur of the moment? Impossible. Are there still some differences between the two? Marquis Swordsnow's first thought was that Yi Chun had learned Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts, and then transformed it into a sword art. However, he immediately denied this thought. Demonic blade arts were not comprehending profound, and required thousands of tempering before one could make any progress. If one's body wasn't familiar with the vibration power, it would be impossible to use vibration sword arts in a short period of time. Moreover, he could see the difference between Yi Chen's vibration sword arts and Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Demonic blade arts use the vibration of the blade to push the energy vibration from inside to outside, while Yi Chen's vibration sword arts seemed to use the metal profound to push the sword art from outside to inside. It was hard to say which one was better. Swish! Failing his strike, Marquis Swordstar's figure flickered as he retreated and looked at Yi Chun in bewilderment. Yi Chun didn't look at Marquis Swordstar. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Lan Sanmei's small chamber. Although the chamber's transparent crystal couldn't be seen from the outside, looking at me, Lan Sanmei noticed Yi Chen's gaze. Retracting his gaze, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Speaking of which, this vibration sword art was inspired by Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. In his early years, he had once bought a profound martial art Golden Resonant Radiance in an auction. Golden Resonant Radiance, from its name, had the word vibration in it, so it naturally contained the power of vibration. However, Golden Resonant Radiance made energy vibrate, which was sword light or sword chi. It didn't involve the vibration of the blade itself. Relying on this sword art, Yi Chun had always been successful. However, as time passed, Golden Resonant Radiance had gradually fallen behind. Relying on energy vibrations alone, it was hard for him to deal with experts at the same level. However, Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts had given Yi Chun a new inspiration. The demonic blade. Arts allowed the blade to vibrate first, and then use the blade as a medium to vibrate the energy. With the two stacked together, its power would be shocking. Be it close combat or long-range combat, it would be ridiculously powerful. In that case, why didn't he change his Golden Resonant Radiance? It should be known that his Gold Profound had already reached 90% completion, which gave him a huge innate advantage. Even normal Golden Resonant Radiance would not be weak in his hands. Barring the fact that the opponent was a top martial genius, even a normal top half-step king warrior might not be able to block it. Once the Golden Resonant Radiance was improved, its power would increase by several times or even 10 times, becoming yet another powerful ace of Yi Chun. A lot of things require an opportunity. This time, it can be considered as an opportunity for the Golden Resonant Radiance to be reborn. Previously, when cultivating Golden Resonant Radiance, Yi Chen had a deep understanding of vibration power. Coupled with his 90% completion of Gold Profound, his foundation was extremely solid. Therefore, merely by observing Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts, Yi Chen grasped a unique vibration sword art. He used energy vibrations to vibrate the blade from outside to inside, and then from inside to outside. I understand a lot about vibration power, but my body still can't adapt to it. I can't push it to a higher realm. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Knowing was one thing, but being able to use it was another. He was not Lan Sanmei, who had cultivated demonic blade arts for so many years that his body had adapted to the vibration power. Powerful! You actually broke my third strike with vibration sword arts. Marquis Sword Star's eyes flickered with a cold fanaticism. Fourth strike, Star Shower. Taking a deep breath, Marquis Sword Star took a step forward and launched a sneak attack. The sword of Greedy Wolf in his hand pierced out hundreds of times. In an instant, each strike contained a powerful force, and each strike blossomed with resplendent starlight. This starlight rubbed against the space, making it as hard as a diamond. This is the fourth strike. Luo Chindu stared at the scene below through the crystal. Let's call you vibrational sword arts. Yi Chen gave up on the idea of using vibrational sword arts to deal with Marquis Sword Star's fourth strike. He wasn't too familiar with vibrational sword arts and couldn't use them to perfection. Using the unfamiliar vibrational sword arts against the enemy would clearly be using his weak point to deal with the enemy's strong point. After all, the might of the fourth strike was more than double that of the third strike. Sword domain. An enormous sword pressure burst out of Yi Chen's body and instantly acted on Marquis Sword Star. Its sword pressure. Marquis Sword Star would never forget the scene of Yi Chen killing young undying demon lord with a single strike. However, he had still underestimated the might of this sword pressure. His body suddenly turned sluggish, and a flaw appeared in the fourth strike. A cold star shone as Yi Chen took out his sword. Puchi, blood sprayed out as a sword scar appeared on Marquis Sword Star's cheek. At the critical moment, he had forcefully shifted his body, dodging the sure-kill strike. Break. Blood leaked out of the corner of Marquis Sword Star's mouth. Having his fourth strike interrupted made him suffer a huge backlash. His Zhen Yuan surged, and the sword of Greedy Wolf in his hand burst out with an intense yet not dazzling moonlight. With a sweep of the sword, a large amount of moonlight burst out, covering the entire secret chamber in a flash. Moonlight Chop. Marquis Sword Star's self-created profound sword art. Waning Moon. Marquis Sword Star's moonlight chop was pale yellow, while Yi Chen's waning moon was immeasurably black. One black and one pale yellow, two different colors collided, each occupying half of the chamber. Pung! Chi waves erupted as the two were sent flying back. The only difference was that Marquis Sword Star had spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. Forcefully shifting his body had already injured his internal organs, and the interruption of his fourth strike aggravated his injuries. Then he clashed with Yi Chen, causing him to finally lose control. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Marquis Sword Star said coldly, "You should be honored to be the first person to witness the fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art. Once I use this sword, even I can't control it." Chapter 862. The battle between Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Star was completely out of everyone's expectations. They didn't think that the one to suffer would be Marquis Sword Star. Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art was indeed powerful. If it were any other sword artist apart from Marquis Sword Snow and Yi Chen, they might not even be able to receive the first strike. However, Yi Chen seemed to be a person who could create miracles. He received the first strike as if it was eating or drinking, and the second strike was also blocked by him without a single injury. The third strike was cancelled out by his vibration sword arts, and the fourth strike was forcibly interrupted by a huge sword pressure. This was the turning point, as well as the beginning of Marquis Sword Star's loss. Everyone on the scene had no choice but to admit that they had underestimated Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword arts were indeed not as gorgeous as Marquis Sword Snow's, nor as murderous as Marquis Sword Star's. However, his sword arts had always been efficient. They didn't need to be gorgeous or murderous. They just needed to receive the opponent's sword and injure them. It could be said that Yi Chen's sword arts had thrown away the unnecessary things, leaving only the purest essence. His sword Dao was different from others. However, his sword arts were undoubtedly powerful, and his perception and reaction were also top-notch. To deal with him, one could only use absolute strength or powerful killing moves. Hearing Marquis Sword Star say that he was going to use the fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Chen, wondering how Yi Chen would deal with it. Yi Chen's sword arts were, of course, indisputable. However, no matter how powerful a sword art was, it would still have a limit. Beyond that limit, no matter how powerful a sword art was, it would be useless. When two people were equally matched in strength, the only way to decide the victor was to use a trump card. Moreover, a trump card could often be used to defeat a stronger opponent. Sure enough, he's created the fifth strike. Luo Tiandu sighed inwardly. Without even exchanging blows, he already knew that he was not Marquis Sword Star's opponent. He didn't even have the confidence to receive the fourth strike, let alone the fifth. 7-star point kill sword art's fifth strike. This freak. Fortunately, I also succeeded in reverting, or there would be no hope at all. Young Elephant Lord's lips twitched. Fifth kill. Yi Chen's brows slightly creased. In truth, if he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering, his strength wouldn't be much higher than Marquis Sword Star's. After all, the difference in cultivation base was obvious. He was at the second layer of life and death chamber, while his opponent was at the peak of the third layer. Be it the quantity or quality of Zhen Yuan, there was a big gap. Moreover, the age difference between the two was more than 10 years, which meant that Marquis Sword Star had more than 10 years to study sword arts. If he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to kill a peak-level evil spirit. The recovery ability of peak-level evil spirits allowed them to ignore the majority of attacks. For example, Marquis Sword Star, Xiang Xiaolong, Luo Tiandu, and the others could still put up a fight against a peak-level evil spirit. However, after a long time, they would be worn down to death by the evil spirit, since their moves couldn't kill it in one go. Looks like I can only expose my sword domain. Earlier, Yi Chen had merely released his sword domain slightly, and he'd utilized his sword pressure to freeze others in place. He hadn't truly revealed the might of his sword domain at all. Fifth strike, Starfall. Marquis Sword Star's figure flew over with a speed that couldn't be described with words. He was like an aurora in the universe, piercing through the endless void and pouncing toward Yi Chen. What was more frightening was that before this strike was released, Marquis Sword Star, who had become one with sword greed, emitted a star force field. This star force field wasn't unique to Marquis Sword Star, but the star energy contained in Starfall. Marquis Sword Star was confident that this strike would kill Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen's sword pressure were to land on him, the star force field would cancel out the majority of it. The remaining force wouldn't be enough to affect his body and sword trajectory. Danger! Luo Tiandu's hair stood on end as he stared unblinkingly. This strike is too frightening. As a sword artist himself, Lu Xiaoyou's heart almost stopped. He was shaken by the might of this strike. He had a feeling that even if there were 3 of him, he would still be killed by this strike without the slightest suspense. A single strike drawing upon the core power of stars, worthy of being an ancient sword art. Marquis Sword Snow's eyes shone, wishing that he could replace Yi Chun and fight Marquis Sword Star. He wanted to see if his freezing sword could contend against Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike. It's over. Marquis Sword Star sent out Greedy Wolf, bursting with power to the limit. At this moment, Greedy Wolf burst out with a star-like radiance, incomparably fast and resplendent. Starfall, the death light of stars falling. This Marquis Sword Star is only a step away from life and death realm. Yi Chen's expression changed. Starfall contained the Tao of death, which meant that the opponent wasn't far from life and death realm. Life and death realm naturally required one to comprehend life and death. Sword domain. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen operated Green Lotus sword arts with all his strength, completely releasing the might of sword domain. It's useless. Marquis Sword Star's sword was less than 10 meters away from Yi Chen. Time seemed to slow down as the sword tip, which contained the light of exploding stars, inched closer to Yi Chen's forehead. Sword rule. Yi Chen inwardly chanted. In the next instant, a horrifying scene occurred. Marquis Sword Star's sure-kill strike unexpectedly deviated, as if there was some sort of rule around Yi Chen, and this rule was under Yi Chen's control. Impossible. Marquis Sword Star roared inwardly. The flow of time suddenly sped up. Of course, this was just an illusion. Pucci, Marquis Sword Star's sure-kill strike missed, and the deviation was inconceivably large. In that instant, the evil vanquishing sword in Yi Chen's hand shot out, piercing Marquis Sword Star's throat. Due to the inertia of Marquis Sword Star's body, the evil vanquishing sword cut through half of his neck, causing blood to spurt everywhere like a fountain. Pung! Marquis Sword Star fell to the ground and slid down, no longer breathing. As for Yi Chen, he didn't budge an inch. Sword domain. It's sword domain. At this moment, someone finally cried out in alarm. He actually has a sword artist domain. Sword domain. Marquis Sword Snow said word by word in a low voice. Sword domain was the domain of sword artists. Even among life and death sword kings, only a handful possessed sword domain. A sword artist who practiced the sword every day, every month, and every year would emit an intense sword chi. When the cultivation method was also a sword Tao cultivation method, the two would resonate. This kind of resonance would not appear normally, but when the sword Tao cultivation method broke through to heaven grade, and the sword artist's comprehension of the sword Tao reached an unfathomable height, this resonance would erupt and form sword domain. Sword domain could greatly affect swordsmen without sword domain. As long as you were a swordsman, even if you had a sword in your hand or in your heart, you wouldn't be able to escape this kind of influence. This was a profound influence because sword domain was the essence of sword Tao. Any form that was expressed by a sword would be within its range of influence. Of course, if one wanted to influence a sword artist with similar or higher strength, the sword domain had to contain its own rule, which was the sword rule. Once the sword rule was born, the sword domain could be considered to be in its initial form. I finally found a sword artist that I can't see the outcome of. A frightening battle intent burst out from Marquis Sword Snow's eyes. If someone were to be alone with him, they would certainly be shocked. Was this still the boy next door, Marquis Sword Snow? As soon as the sword domain appeared, Yi Chen became incomparably frightening in everyone's eyes. Sword domain might seem like bullying, but how could a person who possessed sword domain have any achievements on the sword Tao that ordinary people could imagine? Could an ordinary sword artist raise their sword Tao cultivation method to heaven grade? Could an ordinary sword artist reach an unfathomable height on the sword Tao? It was impossible. Therefore, possessing sword domain was the manifestation of a sword artist's talent. Losing was very normal, and there was no one to blame but the fact that one's achievements in the way of the sword could not compare. There's actually someone outside my Sky Sword continent who possesses sword domain, and it's not a life and death sword king. In the small chamber, Marquis Swordstar sucked in a deep breath, feeling extremely shocked. In all of Elysium, those who possessed sword domain were all in Sky Sword continent. For sword artists, Sky Sword continent was a place blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called Sky Sword continent. Yi Chun possessing sword domain was simply an anomaly. Huff, slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chun put away the evil vanquishing sword. In truth, Marquis Swordstar Starfall was not much inferior to bewitching mirror shattering in terms of killing power. Although it still couldn't kill a peak-level evil spirit, it could kill a life form with strength similar to that of a peak-level evil spirit. This was not an issue of strength, but a peak-level evil spirit's recovery ability. Starfall emphasized on the power of piercing, and a peak-level evil spirit wouldn't die even if it was pierced several hundred times. If not for sword domain giving birth to a trace of sword rules, Yi Chun would have to use bewitching mirror shattering to defeat Marquis Swordstar. I reckon that after this life and death secret realm closes, he will become a life and death king within a few years. Before returning to his small chamber, Yi Chun glanced at Marquis Swordstar's chamber. Because the battle between Yi Chun and Marquis Swordstar was too shocking, the first dozen battles of the 25th round were not worth watching at all. Everyone's appetite had been whetted. However, this situation didn't last long. That was because in the 25th point battle, another two top contenders for the top 5 would meet, Su Jing against Lan Sanmei. Lan Sanmei's strength was frightening, but she encountered Su Jing. As a golden dragon, Su Jing's hidden strength was something even Yi Chun didn't know. He only knew that in her battle against Lan Sanmei, Su Jing easily defeated her. Demonic blade arts were directly disintegrated by Su Jing's fist. Yi Chen's opponent in the 25th round was Chu Zhongtian. The result could be easily imagined. 26th round, 27th round. Every round had one or two spectacular battles. In the 28th round, Marquis Sword Snow faced Luo Tiandu. In the end, Luo Tiandu lost. Marquis Sword Snow didn't seem frightened by Yi Chen's sword domain at all. Everyone could see his battle intent rising. Chapter 863. Could it be that this Marquis Sword Snow still has some trump cards? Many people were doubtful. After defeating Luo Tiandu, Marquis Sword Snow glanced in Yi Chen's direction, the battle intent in his eyes unconcealed. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He didn't know where Marquis Sword Snow's confidence came from, but it couldn't be groundless. The other side must have some trump cards. There weren't many battles that could attract Yi Chen's attention. As for ordinary battles, Yi Chen naturally chose to ignore them and immersed himself in studying vibrational sword arts. Vibrational sword arts were derived from the golden resonant radiance sword art, and therefore counted as a metal profound sword art. Metal profound was a profound, so it naturally couldn't vibrate. However, Zhen Yuan containing metal profound could vibrate. Vibrating with Zhen Yuan would cause the sword to vibrate, which in turn would strengthen the vibrations of Zhen Yuan. This was Yi Chen's path of development, and it could be said to be the complete opposite of Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Of course, the effects were basically the same. Due to the dragon power in his body and the undying body, Yi Chen's body's endurance was extremely high, almost on par with Lan Sanmei, who had been cultivating demonic blade arts for many years. The only thing he needed to do was to familiarize his body with the vibrational power and maximize the efficiency without any loss. This was a process that required thousands of tempering. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and his familiarity with his body was also far greater than an ordinary person's, saving him a lot of time. Taking out a mid-grade sword, Yi Chen slashed out, and the sword light turned blurry. How could a mid-grade sword bear such a high frequency of vibrations? Taking out another high-grade sword, Yi Chen once again used vibrational sword arts. Creak. The vibrational power contained in vibrational sword arts was too powerful. Although the high-grade sword in his hand didn't break, it was still damaged, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. Seems like using vibrational sword arts requires a peak high-grade sword. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to use it. Yi Chen shook his head. Right now, his usage of the vibrational sword spell had not reached perfection yet. Even normal upper rank great swords would not be able to handle it. If he were to train the spell to completion, perhaps only a semi-extreme rank greatsword would be able to let him use it smoothly. However, a semi-extreme grade sword would not be safe in a battle. After a couple of exchanges, it would probably be useless. A battle at the same level would not be easy to deal with. In the third battle of the 28th round, Yi Chen and Lan Sanmei. I can use it as a reference. Yi Chen was clear that Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts contained more vibrational power than his. If he could exchange blows with her using vibrational sword arts, he would gain a lot of experience and comprehension. Standing in front of Lan Sanmei, Yi Chen took out his evil shattering sword. Be careful! Lan Sanmei seemed to have seen through Yi Chen's thoughts. His figure flashed, slashing out with a normal blade attack. Holding the evil shattering sword, Yi Chen met it head-on. Clang! Spatial ripples spread out from the place where the sword and blade clashed. What a powerful vibrational power! Yi Chen could feel the vibrational power of vibrational sword arts clashing with demonic blade arts. In the end, the latter's vibrational power was slightly more powerful, transmitting to the evil shattering sword. Although the remaining vibrational power was very weak and couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, its power couldn't be underestimated. Clang, 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 clang. The two exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, causing spatial ripples to spread out. I'm going to use demonic chop now. Lan Sanmei reminded Yi Chen. Many thanks. How could Yi Chen not see that Lan Sanmei wanted to help him experience the vibrational power? He was grateful. The black saber light turned indistinct, and the space around it was torn apart. Lan Sanmei had gone all out with this devil execution, not holding back at all. Wung! The evil shattering sword vibrated at a high frequency, emitting the sound of bees flapping their wings. Holding his sword with both hands, Yi Chen took a few steps forward and raised his sword to block Lan Sanmei's demonic blade. This time, it wasn't just the space that rippled. The shattered blade light and sword light that contained vibrational power spread out, creating shallow pits in the secret room. The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal made one's heart beat faster. Bang, bang, bang. His body stiffened. Yi Chen almost lost his grip on the evil shattering sword. The vibrational power that erupted from the demonic chop had reached the limit, greatly exceeding his vibrational sword art. If Yi Chen's trump card was the vibrational sword art, then Yi Chen would have already lost, because when his body stiffened, it would inevitably cause a pause, and Lan Sanmei could use this time to kill him. Thanks. Yi Chen sheathed his sword and stood still. Exchanging pointers is also beneficial to me. It's very difficult to find someone who isn't much weaker than me in terms of vibrational power. Exchanging pointers between people who cultivated the same power was the best way to increase their strength. The process of testing each other was also a process of improvement. This battle ended with Lan Sanmei admitting defeat. Yi Chen felt somewhat apologetic. If it wasn't for the life and death stone, he would have admitted defeat. An empty reputation didn't have much attraction to him. The final battle of the 28th round was the battle between young Elephant Lord and Su Jing. Young Elephant Lord's strength naturally didn't need to be mentioned. In the previous battles, he had already defeated many popular characters. His strength was enough to shake the heavens and shake the earth, definitely exceeding 1,000,000 Jin. Even Dantai Mingyue's teleportation art couldn't do much in front of him. Young Elephant Lord punched out, and the powerful force directly distorted the trajectory of the space, preventing Dantai Mingyue from teleporting. On the other hand, Su Jing could be said to be one of the strongest contenders for the top 3 this time. Lan Sanmei's strength was very powerful. In the battle against Marquis Sword Snow, he had cut off one of the latter's arms. However, against Su Jing, he lost without any suspense. Su Jing's strength was extremely condensed, and vibrational power had no effect on her. The battle between young Elephant Lord and Su Jing was definitely the strongest confrontation in this point battle, and there was no one else like it. Your strength is very powerful, not below mine. If you're willing to be my woman, I don't mind losing to you. Young Elephant Lord didn't have much need for life and death stones. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death chamber, and a few life and death stones couldn't help him break through. Ridiculous! A sneer appeared on Su Jing's face. Humph! Don't think that you're undefeatable, just because your strength is more or less the same as mine. My Battle Elephant sect cultivates physical strength as its foundation, and some secret arts can even multiply my strength. Young Elephant Lord's face sank. Poison Dragon Fist. Su Jing didn't feel like wasting words with young Elephant Lord. Golden flames erupted from her body as she punched at young Elephant Lord's chest. The fist was so fast that it seemed like cannon fire. Battle Elephant Fist. Young Elephant Lord had long since been on guard against Su Jing. Seeing the incoming fist, he clenched his right hand and punched back. The 2 fists collided, immediately creating a huge explosion. The air in the entire secret room exploded, as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. At the edge of the 2 fists, the space was shattered and twisted like silk or snakes. Star-shattering fist. Su Jing didn't retreat and punched again. The light in the chamber immediately dimmed, and the stars flickered as a shattered star imprinted itself on young Elephant Lord's position. Elephant King protection. Young Elephant Lord crossed his arms, and a huge elephant phantom condensed from demonic beast energy enveloped him. Rumble! The might of star-shattering fist was boundless. If Su Jing had entered life and death realm, this fist could even shatter a relatively small star. Even with the protection of his energy secret art, young Elephant Lord's entire body was sent flying. His blood and chi surged, and his face flushed red. Elephant King roar. He couldn't let Su Jing attack like this. Young Elephant Lord sucked in a deep breath, and his chest swelled up like a small mountain. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Spatial ripples surged, and a ring of transparent light spread out with him as the center, expelling all the airflow. Su Jing's body was obstructed for a moment, and she couldn't follow up with another attack. I'll let you see the power of my strongest secret art and my ancestor atavism. Demonic beasts that cultivated energy didn't need to revert to their original form to fight. After all, human form was the most suitable for erupting power. Although demonic beast form had 10 times the power, it was too scattered. It was like the difference between a piece of wood and an embroidery needle. The embroidery needle could easily pierce through the wood. Young Elephant Lord was still in human form, but his nose had changed. It kept extending and turning into an elephant's trunk. His body had also widened, and his muscles and bones had thickened by several folds. Before, he was only 2 meters tall, but now he was close to 3 meters tall. Standing there, he looked like a small mountain or a wall. 8 desolate mammoth fist. Bursting with energy, young Elephant Lord's right fist blasted towards Su Jing with a savage aura. Everyone felt like they could hear the trumpeting of 100 elephants from the desolate era. It's just a heaven-class high-grade secret art. Second rank Sacred Dragon Fist. Su Jing punched out, and her golden energy condensed into a sacred golden dragon that rushed out. The golden dragon was fierce and tyrannical. It easily broke through young Elephant Lord's fist energy and circled around his body. Uffed, young Elephant Lord directly turned into a bloody mist. Is she still human? Could she be a dragon? Su Jing's violence left everyone dumbfounded, including Yi Chun. He was sure that Su Jing's punch could kill a peak evil spirit. A dragon's power really can't be calculated with common sense. Moreover, it's a high-level existence among dragons, the golden dragon. Yi Chun quickly accepted the golden dragon's incomprehensible strength. The possibility of her being a dragon is very low. She should be a sub-dragon with a dragon's bloodline. Marquis Swordstar didn't know what Su Jing's identity was, but in his opinion, it was impossible for dragons to exist in Elysium. The terror of dragons was recorded in the 7-star point kill sword art. Even if he cultivated the 7-star point kill sword art to the 6-strike realm, he would only be able to kill an ordinary dragon of the same level. Moreover, he hadn't even grasped the 5th strike yet. It could be said that dragons were a race above demons, several levels higher than humans. However, dragons had always been rare, which was their disadvantage. Chapter 864. The 28th round came to an end, and the 29th round began. The points battle was nearing its end. However, many people's mood was getting more and more excited because the pinnacle battles had yet to come to an end. Marquis Sword Snow, Yi Chun, and Su Jing, the 3 of them had yet to taste defeat. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. Apart from them, although Marquis Swordstar, Luo Qiandu, and young Elephant Lord Lan Samei had all lost, their strength was obvious to all. Therefore, their peak battles were still very attractive to the spectators. In the 12th match of the 29th round, Yi Chen's opponent was Luo Qiandu. As the head of True Spirit Continent's 7 heroes and the second ranker of the previous life and death substitute list, Luo Qiandu's strength was not something that anyone dared to look down on. Although Marquis Sword Snow had defeated him, he had also suffered some injuries. 9 Dragons Protection. Facing Yi Chun, Luo Tian didn't dare to be careless. True essence surged, and 9 thick thunder dragons condensed around his body, each containing the profound of thunder and earth. The 9 dragons barrier was not just a simple defensive martial skill, it was 70% defense and 30% offense. As the thunder dragons roared, 2 of them swooped down towards Yi Chun. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Qiandu was the most balanced youth in terms of offense and defense. No one would be able to easily defeat him. Yi Chun used the spiritual sword and waning moon to fight with him. The 2 of them were getting closer and closer, and the battle was getting more and more intense. Sword domain. The majestic sword pressure acted on Luo Qiandu's body, causing him to freeze. Spin. Under the immense pressure, the other 7 lightning dragons around Luo Qiandu forced themselves to move, circling around Luo Qiandu and doing their best to minimize any openings. Buzz. Although the spiritual sword was fast, it needed to hit a vital point to be fatal. With the 7 lightning dragons protecting him, Luo Qiandu's vital points were not exposed at all. Thus, Yi Chun gave up on using the spiritual sword. Activating the vibrational sword art, his sword pierced through the gaps between the lightning dragons and landed on Luo Qiandu's abdomen. Bang! The intense, vibrating energy passed through the tip of the sword and into Luo Tiandu's body. In the next moment, Luo Tiandu vomited blood, and the 7 lightning dragons around him dissipated. Yi Chen won. The older generation of young experts have been defeated one after another, and it's not just once or twice. Some of the spectators sighed with emotion. This era is a great era, far surpassing the past. The new geniuses that have emerged are all terrifying to the extreme. In the past few decades, the most dazzling one was Xianhou, but now there are already 3 who seem to be able to compete with Xianhou. The 28th match was a heavyweight match. Marquis Sword Snow had few partners. Young Elephant Lord's 8 Desolation, ferocious elephant fist, was immeasurably powerful. Although he hadn't cultivated it to completion, it was still somewhat comparable to the war elephant ancestor. Roar! The nearly 3-meter-tall young Elephant Lord crazily rushed over, his huge fists drilling towards Marquis Sword Snow like drills. Freezing sword. The snow-white longsword in Marquis Sword Snow's hand pierced forth. Kalala! Young Elephant Lord's fist was sealed in ice, and the ice was a meter thick. In the next moment, young Elephant Lord's arm was completely shattered. Of course, Marquis Sword Snow didn't have it easy either. His whole body was blasted away by the 8 desolate mammoth fist's power, spurting out a few mouthfuls of steaming blood. Snow dance in the sky. Snow filled the sky as Marquis Sword Snow's body twisted in the air, dealing with young Elephant Lord with a single sword strike. Sure enough, young Elephant Lord isn't Marquis Sword Snow's opponent. I wonder who's stronger between Marquis Sword Snow and Marquis Sword Star. Although Marquis Sword Star lost to Yi Chen, it was because he was restrained by Sword Domain. The existence of Sword Domain increases the gap between sword artists by several folds, or even tenfold. Seriously speaking, Marquis Sword Star's 7-star Killing Sword Art's 5th strike is a killer move. Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike had shocked many people. The light emitted by that strike was the death light of falling stars. Just looking at it would give one a feeling of death, not to mention facing it head-on. If Yi Chen didn't have Sword Domain, he would most likely have been killed by that strike without any chance to retaliate. Of course, many people were wondering if Yi Chen had any other trump cards. That was a possibility. Although Sword Domain was powerful, it was more effective against sword artists. Against other experts, it was less effective. Therefore, it was not a big deal to expose it. In any case, not everyone was a sword artist. At most, they would be suppressed a little, putting themselves in others' shoes. If one was a sword artist with a powerful trump card and Sword Domain, one would definitely choose to expose the Sword Domain first and save the trump card for last. However, this was only everyone's guess. Until the last moment, no one could know the result. In the 33rd match, Marquis Sword Star stepped onto the stage. His opponent was Lan Sanmei. Although the life and death palace's point battle had not ended yet, in everyone's opinion, Lan Sanmei's strength was definitely in the top 5. His final ranking might also be in the top 5. Young Elephant Lord and Luo Tiandu might not necessarily be Lan Sanmei's opponents. This could be seen from the battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow. Of course, the probability of Lan Sanmei losing to Marquis Sword Star was more than 90%. Therefore, the highest he could reach was 5th. Demonic Chop. After taking on Marquis Sword Star's first 3 strikes, Lan Sanmei activated the Demonic Blade and used Demonic Chop with an extremely powerful vibration power. The black blade light turned blurry and slashed through space, slashing toward Marquis Sword Star. 4th strike, Star Shower. Relying on the momentum of the thrust, Marquis Sword Star stabbed out dozens of times in a row, each of them possessing a terrifying penetrative power. Ding ding dang dang. Puff. Lan Sanmei's shoulder and abdomen each received a strike, causing blood to gush out like water. Annihilation Chop. Lan Sanmei knew that she was not Marquis Swordstar's opponent. However, she wanted to experience the power of Marquis Swordstar's fifth strike from a close distance. It would be very useful for her to experience the Tao of Death. As you wish. Marquis Swordstar's fifth strike came out. His body turned into a beam of light as he pierced out. His sword tip erupted with a starry light looking exceptionally brilliant. This is the Tao of Death. Lan Sanmei's throat received a strike, and the vitality in her body was completely incinerated. What a powerful vibration power! The edge of Marquis Swordstar's left arm was badly mutilated, but it was much better than Marquis Swordsnow's. At least it was not severed and had only been grazed. In the 30th round, Marquis Swordstar also defeated Young Elephant Lord. The fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art was a peerless sword art. Even Young Elephant Lord, with his powerful defense, could not resist this strike. It's much more powerful than freezing sword point. I wonder what other trump cards Marquis Sword Snow has. Yichen saw all of this and understood that although Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point could compress sword chi to the limit and was extremely frightening, it was still lacking compared to the fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art, which contained the Tao of Death. In the 31st round, Marquis Swordstar persisted and defeated Luo Qiandu. Meanwhile, Lan Sanmei also defeated Young Elephant Lord at the cost of heavy injuries. Everyone's guess was right. In the 32nd round, another peak confrontation between sword artists occurred. Marquis Swordstar against Marquis Sword Snow. The two great sword geniuses of Sky Sword Continent had met. If Marquis Sword Snow lost, he would not be qualified to fight against Yi Chun. If he won, there would still be a trace of hope. Marquis Sword Snow, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Marquis Swordstar held greedy wolf sword, overflowing with killing intent. Me too. Marquis Sword Snow's expression was as calm as still water. Let's begin. Marquis Swordstar flew toward Marquis Sword Snow, abandoning the first strike and the second strike. He directly used the third strike. He had some understanding of Marquis Sword Snow. The latter sword arts were beautiful, yet filled with ice-cold killing intent. There was no need to probe. Snowy dance. The sky-filling snowflakes danced in the air, slashing toward Marquis Swordstar. Crackle. The two were evenly matched. Fourth strike. Hundreds of diamond-like starlights flickered. Snowy dance in the sky. This sword strike was the one that broke Dantai Mingyue's teleportation art. As the sword slashed out, goose feather-sized snowflakes converged like torrents. The entire chamber was within Marquis Sword Snow's attack range. As long as Dantai Mingyue couldn't walk out of the chamber, she would naturally be unable to defeat Marquis Sword Snow. Stars and snowy dance in the sky were still evenly matched. Bring out your fifth strike. Marquis Sword Snow's sword slashed through the goose feather-sized snowflakes, leaving behind a sword scar. At the end of the scar was Marquis Swordstar. Marquis Swordstar's soul power penetrated through the goose feather-sized snowflakes and saw a white energy ball condensed on the sword tip. This white energy ball was condensed with countless sword chi. Once it erupted, it could easily tear apart his defenses and turn him into an ice sculpture, then shatter him into pieces. Pung, pung, pung. The goose feather-sized snowflakes were blown away. Marquis Swordstar held greedy wolf sword, and man and sword became one. A powerful star force field appeared, allowing him to disregard the vile environment. As he thrust out, the death light produced by the explosion of stars appeared once again. Sword tips rapidly approached each other. Finally, the two collided. Chi, 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 chi. The first to explode was Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Countless icy chi spread out, covering the surrounding ground with a thick layer of frost. Then, a speck of sword chi erupted, engulfing everything like a storm of sword chi. It was hard to imagine what kind of might this sword would produce if it pierced the body. You've lost. Marquis Sword Star's sword aura was somewhat weaker, but it still pierced through the storm of sword chi and locked onto Marquis Sword Snow's head. Tao of Death. He shouldn't be far from life and death realm. Marquis Sword Snow's face was calm as a thought flashed through his mind. Too powerful. Even Marquis Sword Snow can't block it. Everybody could almost see the scene of Marquis Sword Snow's death. The trump card should be coming out soon, right? Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on Marquis Sword Snow. He could see that the latter's face was very calm. It was not the calmness of knowing that he would lose, but the indifference of taking a leisurely stroll. Chi. A strand of black hair was cut off as Marquis Sword Star's sword inconceivably missed its target. There was a law there, distorting the trajectory of his sword. Sword domain. Bang! The entire life and death palace erupted. Marquis Sword Snow also had a sword domain, the same as Yi Chen's. Chapter 865. Using sword domain to distort Marquis Sword Star's killing strike, Marquis Sword Snow raised his right hand, and the snow-white longsword flickered, piercing Marquis Sword Star's throat. Marquis Sword Snow's victory. In the surrounding small chambers, the spectators' hearts were burning with excitement. They truly didn't expect that Marquis Sword Snow still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was the same as Yi Chen's sword domain. What did sword domain represent? Nobody didn't know. It represented that those who possessed sword domain had unimaginable potential on the sword Tao. They were the kings of sword artists, unrivaled in the same realm. Sky Sword Continent is indeed worthy of being the holy land of sword artists. Since the beginning of time, many sword artists with sword domain have appeared. And now, it's Marquis Sword Snow's turn. This is also the reason why Marquis Sword Snow's sword Tao talent is so frightening. Otherwise, why would the number of sword artists on True Spirit Continent be less than 5? Zhen Yuan transmissions couldn't be carried out in Life and Death Palace, but soul transmissions could be carried out. Of course, as soon as Marquis Sword Snow's sword domain appeared, his position immediately rose to the same level as Yi Chen. Many people even leaned towards him, because apart from sword domain, his freezing sword point was also extremely frightening. Combining the two, it seemed like Yi Chen was a bit weaker. Sword domain. Could he have passed the 7th layer of Sword World? In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Star was tongue-tied. There was a reason why Sky Sword Continent was the holy land of sword artists. There was a mountain-like heavenly sword on the continent. It was said that this sword came from beyond the heavens and was inserted at the center of the continent, gathering the sword chi of the world. Cultivating there, sword artists would have an easier time achieving achievements on the sword Tao. This was where the name of Sky Sword Continent came from. The heavenly sword was 3,000 meters tall and contained a bizarre space within it. It was called Sword World by the people of Sky Sword Continent. Nobody knew how many layers the Sword World had. They only knew that flesh and blood couldn't enter. One could only enter in the form of consciousness, and then challenge the layers. Marquis Sword Star had entered the Sword World, but he could only pass through the 6th floor at most. He was immediately killed in the 7th floor because there were too many sword artists there, and each of them had the same aura as him. Even if he could kill 1 or 10, could he kill 100 or 1,000? It was simply impossible. Even some ordinary life and death sword kings would not be able to pass through the 7th floor because the opponents inside had the same foundation as them. Only their sword arts were different. If he wanted to pass through the 7th level, then he had to grasp the sword domain and distort the trajectory of their attacks. Otherwise, he would only be piled to death. There was a benefit to clearing the trials in the sword realm, and that was that there was no need to worry about death. Through the tempering of battles, one could gradually hone one's sword Tao and grasp the essence. The reason why the Sky Sword continent could produce so many sword kings with sword domains was because of the existence of the sword realm. If I don't possess the sword domain, then I'll never be a match for them. Marquis Sword Star tightly clenched his fists, and an intense fighting spirit burst out from his eyes. However, he was not dispirited because of this. On the contrary, the appearance of Yi Chun and Marquis Sword Snow had filled him with boundless motivation. He even had to thank the two. Without their stimulation, he would not have such a sense of urgency and motivation. Sword Domain, the ultimate honor for sword artists of true spirit continent. Lu Xiaoyu let out a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. Two great sword Dao geniuses had been crowned on Yi Chun and Marquis Sword Snow. Many people were impatient to see the battle between the two, and they wanted to see the scene of sword domain against sword domain. Sword domain, no wonder. Yi Chun suddenly understood. He didn't think that apart from himself, nobody else could possess sword domain, since there were people who had grasped sword domain before him. And not just one at that. Marquis Sword Snow's sword domain was not something unacceptable. After all, Marquis Sword Snow was the #1 young sword artist of Sky Sword Continent. Anything that happened to him was not strange at all. That's fine. Among the young generation, only I have sword domain. I can't even exchange pointers, nor can I verify the mysteries of sword domain. An intense battle intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The following battles of the 32nd round paled in comparison. In the 33rd round, the spectators' hearts were raised once again. Su Jing and Marquis Sword Star had encountered each other. Apart from Yi Chun and Marquis Sword Snow, the one Marquis Sword Star had the least confidence in was Su Jing. No, to be honest, he would rather encounter Yi Chun and Marquis Sword Snow than Su Jing. After all, if he were to compete with Yi Chun and Marquis Sword Snow in sword arts, the outcome could be determined. On the other hand, if he were to compete with Su Jing, it would be a competition of absolute strength. Su Jing's second step Sacred Dragon Fist had turned young Elephant Lord into a blood mist. Such a frightening destructive power was not the least bit inferior to 7-star point kill sword art's fifth strike, and even faintly surpassed it. In terms of attack range, the fifth strike, Starfall, was far inferior to the second step Sacred Dragon Fist. This battle will be dangerous. Marquis Sword Star's expression turned grave as his gaze locked onto Su Jing. Star-shattering fist. Su Jing immediately used her ultimate move. The light in the chamber suddenly dimmed, and stars flickered as a shattered star phantom imprinted itself on Marquis Sword Star. Moonlight Chop. Marquis Sword Star was forced to the point where he couldn't even use his 7-star point kill sword art. He hastily raised the greedy wolf sword, and a condensed moonlight shot out, illuminating half of the chamber. Poison Dragon Fist. Dashing forward, Su Jing punched out again. The fist energy's penetrative power was somewhat similar to Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art. However, Su Jing's Poison Dragon Fist also contained strands of spiraling power. So powerful, Marquis Sword Star could finally understand young Elephant Lord's mood. Su Jing's fist arts seemed straightforward, but each of them seemed to freeze the space, suppressing the opponent and preventing him from moving quickly. Thus, he could only receive them head-on. If he were to receive Su Jing head-on, he would be beaten to death. The latter's strength was above young Elephant Lord's, and even more condensed. Fourth strike, Starstorm. His face turning ruthless, Marquis Sword Star directly used the fourth strike, Starstorm. Although Su Jing's Poison Dragon Fist could penetrate his defense, at least half of the hundreds of sword chi would land on Su Jing's body. It was a mutually destructive method. Indeed, Marquis Swordstar couldn't care less. He still hadn't fully grasped the fifth strike, and forcibly using it would only lower its power and reveal flaws. Su Jing's eyes narrowed, and her body came to a sudden stop. She stomped on the chamber's floor and twisted her hands. Golden flames condensed into a huge golden vortex in front of her, like a Taiji diagram. Puff, 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 puff. The numerous sword chi fell into the golden vortex and were immediately shattered. This is the moment. Marquis Swordstar fought for an opportunity for himself. His body retreated dozens of steps, increasing the distance between them. Then the fifth strike appeared. Sword Greedy Wolf, which contained the light of exploding stars, suddenly thrust forward. Space seemed to have lost its meaning, and time seemed to have slowed down. Sword Greedy Wolf's tip flickered, and it was less than a meter away from Su Jing. Roar. Vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard. Su Jing's expression was extremely solemn as she faced this fatal strike. She was indeed a golden dragon, but she hadn't been able to transform completely. The person who could transform her into a human was extremely powerful. Before this, no one thought that she was a dragon because she was a human at that time. Even after soaking in the dragon transformation pool for many years, Su Jing had only transformed more than half of her body. If not for the opening of Life and Death's secret realm, Dragon King wouldn't have allowed her to come out. What does she want? Everybody cried out inwardly. In their line of sight, Su Jing stretched out her left hand, trying to grab Marquis Swordstar's Greedy Wolf. What did she think Marquis Swordstar's fifth strike was? Courting death. Marquis Swordstar sneered. Clang! Su Jing grabbed the Greedy Wolf sword, grabbing this lightning-fast strike. Her gloved palm rubbed against the sword's body, producing a noise that could instantly kill a person. Squeak! Squeak! Sword Greedy Wolf's thrust was too powerful. Su Jing's palm trembled, and Greedy Wolf's sword thrust forward, only an inch away from Su Jing's shoulder. As long as it stabbed in, it would instantly extinguish the vitality in Su Jing's body. The fifth strike, Starfall, was no joke. Golden flames erupted as Su Jing pushed her strength to the limit. Her pinkish-white fingernails suddenly sharpened as she tightly held Greedy Wolf's sword, not letting it advance an inch. At the same time, Su Jing's left hand clenched into a fist and punched out. Sacred Dragon Fist. Puff! The sacred golden dragon brushed past Marquis Swordstar's body, turning him into a blood mist. Even the armor and Greedy Wolf's sword on the ground faded away. In the end, Su Jing defeated Marquis Swordstar in an astonishing manner. Gasp! The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Everyone's mouth was wide open, unable to close. Freak! She grabbed my Greedy Wolf sword with her bare hands and broke Starfall. In the small chamber, Marquis Swordstar was in a daze for a long time. Starfall contained an incomparable thrust force. One could easily imagine how frightening the light of death brought about by the explosion of a star was. Although the glove on Su Jing's hand was a pseudo-supreme grade artifact and didn't make direct contact with Greedy Wolf's sword, the power transmitted through was still extremely frightening. It could cripple the arm of anyone under life and death realm. It was simply impossible to receive. If he could receive this move, then Starfall Annihilation wouldn't be called Starfall Annihilation. However, Su Jing had done it. How much strength and endurance was required to do so? Marquis Sword Snow was also startled, and his gaze turned somewhat sluggish. The Golden Dragon is the Golden Dragon. It's a legendary existence. Yichen smiled bitterly. In terms of life form, Golden Dragons were too much higher. If it were anyone else who had received Starfall with their bare hands, they would have died miserably. Su Jing's battle was too astonishing. The following battles left the spectators somewhat dumbfounded. 33rd battle. Everyone regained their wits. On the steel, two names shone. Marquis Sword Snow's name and Yi Chen's name. Two great sword Dao geniuses had finally met. Sword art versus sword art. Sword domain versus sword domain. Who would have the last laugh? This was the question in everyone's heart. At this moment, no one had any distracting thoughts in their minds. The astonishing scene created by Su Jing had also been eliminated, and their eyes were firmly fixed on the two below. Chapter 866. The two have finally met. Marquis Sword Star tossed aside his gloominess, and his gaze fell on Marquis Sword Snow and Yi Chun. Even without sword domain, the two were only slightly weaker than him, and this was only because of the difference in cultivation base. After all, he was at the peak of the third layer, while the two were at the second layer. If the two were at the third layer, he might not necessarily win, and he might even lose against Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point was extremely powerful. Once the two used sword domain, the strength of sword artists would increase by tenfold. As long as one wasn't at the life and death realm, one wouldn't even have the strength to contend against the two. Sword domain's restraint on sword artists was simply too great. Sword rule could easily distort the opponent's sword trajectory, and their attacks were even more ferocious. Marquis Sword Snow should have a higher chance of winning. Marquis Sword Star inwardly said. At the center of the chamber, Yi Chun and Marquis Sword Snow stood 100 meters apart. If neither of us had sword domain, you wouldn't be my opponent, unless you have an even more powerful trump card. Marquis Sword Snow indifferently said. Is that so? Yi Chun didn't reply. Indeed, as Marquis Sword Snow had said, apart from sword domain, the strength he had displayed before was indeed a bit weaker than Marquis Sword Snow. The latter's freezing sword point was Marquis Sword Snow's strongest trump card, while he hadn't even used it. Naturally, he was a bit inferior. Yi Chun was confident that he could instantly kill Marquis Sword Snow with bewitching mirror shattering. Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike, Star Falling, was a sure kill move, and his bewitching mirror shattering was also a sure kill move. Moreover, it was even more powerful than Star Falling, so powerful that it could easily kill a peak evil spirit. However, he didn't think of using bewitching mirror shattering. This was his trump card, a trump card to deal with life and death kings. Although he didn't have much assurance at the moment, as long as his cultivation base reached the third layer, Yi Chun was confident that he could contend against ordinary life and death kings with the Sky Scorpio sword. Therefore, he couldn't use it for now. He could not let the life and death realm warriors in the Blood Sky land know something. For example, the Beast King from the Wolf Warrior and the Tiger Warrior would not let this go easily. After all, the life and death secret realm only opened once every 10 years. If they missed this opportunity, their cultivation would be much weaker than the others. Life and death stones could not be found outside. Our sword domains are the same, and the sword laws they contain are about the same as well. If you don't mind, let's fight in our normal state first. Marquis Sword Snow suggested. All right. Yi Chun nodded without hesitation. What's wrong with Yi Chun? Marquis Sword Snow's strength is clear for all to see. Without sword domain, how could he defeat Marquis Sword Snow? Hearing these words, the people of True Spirit Continent were inwardly anxious. No sword domain. The people from the Blood Sky Continent and the Sword Continent shook their heads. None of them believed that Yi Chun could defeat Marquis Sword Snow without sword domain. In terms of sword arts, only Marquis Sword Star could suppress Marquis Sword Snow. Be careful. Marquis Sword Snow took the initiative to attack. Snowflakes danced in the sky, surging toward Yi Chun. These snowflakes were condensed from sword chi, and each of them contained an extremely powerful compression power. Once released, they could easily penetrate protective Zhen Yuan. Buzz! The evil vanquishing sword vibrated as Yi Chen brandished it, creating a sword screen around him. Crackle! The snowflakes were blasted away, issuing faint exploding sounds. Although Yi Chen's vibration sword arts were inferior to Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts, the sword chi contained in these snowflakes was not even 1/10 of freezing sword points. Therefore, it was naturally useless against Yi Chen. As the snowflakes continued to fall, Marquis Sword Snow flew toward Yi Chen. With a wave of his snow-white longsword, snowflake-shaped sword chi filled the air, carrying an ice-cold killing intent amidst the magnificence. Yi Chen's sword arts were not as magnificent as Marquis Sword Snow's. However, Yi Chen's sword speed was even higher. It was fast and accurate, and in his hands, it was displayed to the limit. Clang, clang, clang. The two fought from the ground to the air, then flew along the walls of the chamber. For a moment, only snowflakes and sword chi could be seen. Waning moon. Stepping on the wall as if it was flat ground, Yi Chen waved his sword, and a black waning moon flickered. Marquis Sword Snow's complexion turned grave. In terms of sword arts, he was actually inferior to Yi Chen. In a battle between the two, they couldn't just use killing moves from the beginning to the end. There would always be ordinary moves. During the confrontation, he slowly sensed that Yi Chen's foundation was extremely powerful. Some inconspicuous details had turned into opportunities for the opponent to launch an attack. His body suddenly spun, and the snow-white longsword revolved around his body. Clang! Relying on revolving sword arts, Marquis Sword Snow blocked Yi Chen's waning moon. However, the tremendous force also pushed him off the wall and onto the floor of the chamber, his footsteps staggering. Chi, 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 chi. What welcomed him was a sky full of cold stars. Yi Chen's figure was hidden behind the cold stars like a viper, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Snow dance in the sky. The snowflakes flourished, and so did Marquis Sword Snow's sword light. Under the guidance of an invisible sword chi, the numerous snowflakes converged like a stream of water. Crack! Crack! Sounds of sword chi explosions resounded without end, and the two's figures were faintly discernible amidst the shattered snowflakes. Break! Yi Chen pushed his vibration sword arts to the limit. The evil shattering sword pierced through the shattered snowflakes and slashed at Marquis Sword Snow, leaving behind an extremely fine sword mark. Marquis Sword Snow had to admit that he had been careless. He had actually allowed Yi Chen to seize an opportunity and suppress him until now. Even if he used his large-scale snow dance in the sky, it would be of no use. So frightening. Only now did the crowd realize how powerful Yi Chen was. Marquis Sword Snow, who didn't use freezing sword point, didn't even have the leeway to counterattack, and could only passively defend. Marquis Sword Snow, who didn't use freezing sword point, didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, melting a large amount of snowflakes. Marquis Sword Snow slid on the ground, which was covered in frost. His gliding speed was extremely fast, and his whole body left behind afterimages, using the frost to increase the distance. Yi Chen's brows twitched, but he didn't pursue. The distance had already been increased, and recklessly charging forward would only put him in a passive situation. From afar, Marquis Sword Snow looked over. You're indeed powerful, but without a powerful sword move, you're doomed to lose. After adjusting his aura, Marquis Sword Snow's voice resounded. Sword moves are used to kill. If they can't hit their target, no matter how powerful they are, it's useless. Yi Chen calmly stood there. In that case, let's see how you're going to take my freezing sword point. Marquis Sword Snow's aura had already been adjusted to its peak. His figure flickered, and like a flickering light, he shot over. His feet didn't touch the ground, as if he was gliding. Freezing sword point is about to come out. I wonder how Yi Chen will block it. He can't, unless he uses his sword domain. Among the crowd, those who were more familiar with each other exchanged soul transmissions, their moods surging. When the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, Marquis Sword Snow took out his sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the fluttering snowflakes in the surroundings froze. The snow-white longsword in his hand stabbed out, and a glass-like white energy sphere appeared on its tip, piercing toward Yi Chen. The space was pierced, and the edges froze. Too fast, impossible to dodge. A distance of 10 meters could be directly ignored by top-notch sword artists. No one could dodge in such a short distance. Wouldn't that mean that one's movement speed would surpass the speed of the sword? This was simply impossible. The evil-shattering sword vibrated as Yi Chen also thrust out. His sword speed was even faster than Marquis Sword Snow's. Using vibration sword arts to deal with my freezing sword point, Marquis Sword Snow didn't know what Yi Chen intended. Freezing sword point was 30% stronger than Lan Sanmei's annihilation chop, and Yi Chen's vibration sword arts were inferior to Lan Sanmei's second blade move, demonic chop. Clang! At the same time, Yi Chen's left hand grabbed the broken blood sword at his waist and pulled it out, thrusting out as well. It was still the same vibration sword arts. Dual swords. Multitasking. Only Yi Chen could multitask in such an intense battle and even maintain his peak battle power without the slightest bit of reduction. Dual swords. Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up. Yi Chen's dual swords had been displayed in the southern region martial tea party. He couldn't understand why Yi Chen could display the strongest might of both swords. Pung! Yi Chen's evil-shattering sword clashed with Marquis Sword Snow's longsword. The vibrational power and compressed power collided and canceled each other out, causing a violent explosion in the air. At the same time, the broken blood sword in Yi Chen's left hand had also arrived in front of Marquis Sword Snow's face, only a step away from piercing through his skull. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this. No one could have imagined that Yi Chen would use dual swords to break Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Although Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point still had more than half of its power remaining and could pierce through Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen's other sword could also pierce through Marquis Sword Snow's skull. Comparing the two, it was Yi Chen who had the upper hand. After the freezing sword point was weakened by the vibration sword arts, its trajectory slightly deviated. Originally, it was aimed at Yi Chen's throat, but now it was aimed at Yi Chen's chest. If Yi Chen's defense were a bit stronger, he might have been able to survive. On the other hand, if Marquis Sword Snow's head was pierced by Yi Chen's sword, he would undoubtedly die. Sword domain! Sword domain. The two simultaneously operated their sword domains, and sword laws spread out. Chi. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point pierced through the air, its trajectory greatly deviating. The storm of sword chi was also affected by the sword laws, and not a single strand of it shot toward Yi Chen. The sword domain could not only affect the trajectory of a sword, but also any attack that was executed in the form of a sword. It was extremely tyrannical. Marquis Sword Snow's sword missed, and so did Yi Chen's sword. The two simultaneously operated their sword domains, affecting each other. Neither could injure the other, and neither could do anything to the other. Chapter 867. Sword domain is truly too powerful. If a sword artist didn't have a sword domain, fighting them would simply be courting death. Only two sword artists with sword domains could put up a fight. Everybody held their breaths. For them, such a confrontation between peak sword artists was something they might not even get to see once in their lifetime. After all, in the whole of Elysium, sword artists with sword domains were few and far between. Everybody was paying close attention to this battle, and Marquis Sword Star, and Lu Xiaoyu were even more so. Although watching sword domains being used wouldn't allow them to grasp how to create sword domains, knowing a little was better than knowing nothing. Swish! While activating sword domains, the two retreated and cautiously looked at each other. With sword domain, killing moves are meaningless. It would only be a waste of Zhen Yuan. Marquis Sword Snow furrowed his brows as he pondered on how to defeat Yi Chun. Sword domains can counteract each other, but only by more than half. The remaining half is enough to affect sword trajectories. Just a moment ago, Yi Chun could feel that his sword domain had been somewhat suppressed. Of course, his opponent must have felt the same. Seems like I can only test the limits of sword domain. Yi Chun hadn't fought against a sword artist with sword domain before. Therefore, he wasn't clear about the details of sword domain. This was an opportunity for him to fully understand sword domain. The two confronted each other for a moment. Suddenly, the two charged forward at the same time. Sword out! Chi, 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 chi. A comical yet not funny scene occurred. The two were like toddlers who had just learned how to raise their swords. No matter how they stabbed, they couldn't reach each other. No matter how they slashed, they couldn't reach each other. Their speed was very accurate. From top grade, they were reduced to second grade. Intense sword chi randomly circulated in the two sword domains and then leaked out. Spiritual sword. The evil shattering sword waved, and hundreds of cold stars shot toward Marquis Sword Snow. Snow dance in the sky. Marquis Sword Snow had also thought of this point. Thus, he used snow dance in the sky, which had the widest range. Immediately, sky-filling snowflakes danced and surged toward Yi Chun. Chi. A strand of Yi Chen's long hair was cut off by the ice-cold sword chi, and cold air spread everywhere. A faint trace of blood appeared on Marquis Sword Snow's cheek, and a drop of blood rolled down. I see. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Sword domain had a limit. Everything had a limit. Without a limit, even a life and death sword king, without a sword domain, could be killed. As long as one launched a sufficient number of attacks in an instant, the sword domain would be overwhelmed, and a loophole would appear. It was like catching fish. If one caught too many fish, there would always be fish that slipped through the net. Of course, it was mainly because their sword domains weren't strong enough, and they'd only developed a trace of the sword laws. If the sword laws were extremely formidable, then it was still unknown whether it would be effective. Besides that, this was related to their sword domains canceling each other out. If it was a swordsman without a sword domain, it would be useless even if he launched 10 times more attacks in an instant, because this was a battle between sword domains. Spiritual sword, double, with the evil shattering sword in his right hand and the blood-ruined sword in his left, Yi Chun used spiritual sword at the same time. Double the number of cold stars shot toward Marquis Sword Snow. Not good. Marquis Sword Snow no longer exchanged blows with Yi Chun and instead focused on defense. The sky-filling snowflakes converged around him, forming a flawless snowflake barrier that resisted Yi Chen's spiritual sword. Puff, 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 puff. The snowflakes contained compressed sword chi, and as soon as the cold stars struck them, the snowflakes exploded. For a moment, Yi Chun couldn't do anything to Marquis Sword Snow, and the two were in a deadlock. Marquis Sword Snow is being suppressed, but Yi Chun can't break through Marquis Sword Snow's defense either. Could it be a draw? Everybody communicated with each other through soul transmissions. The snowflake barrier exploded, blasting away all of Yi Chen's attacks. After pulling away, Marquis Sword Snow floated in the air and expanded his sword domain, covering the entire chamber. In the next moment, eerie, white longswords appeared in the air. At a glance, there were at least several thousand of them. Sword domain attack. As long as one was within the range of the sword domain, One couldn't escape its attack. Very well, let's see whose sword domain is stronger. Yichen also floated in the air, and several thousand azure longswords appeared in front of him. Their tips flickered with a cold light, emitting a dense sword intent. Sword domain confrontation. Everybody's eyes widened. Fine air-piercing sounds rang out as thousands of white longswords and azure longswords shot out at the same time, colliding like two meteor showers. Crack! Crack! At every moment, dozens of white longswords and green longswords would disappear, and at every moment, new white longswords and green longswords would be born. The intensity of the battle had already surpassed everybody's imagination. Split! Yichen squinted his eyes, and hundreds of azure longswords flew out, arcing toward Marquis Sword Snow from the side. Block for me! Marquis Sword Snow controlled hundreds of white longswords to block. Split again. Yichen simultaneously sent out 5 batches of azure longswords, attacking Marquis Sword Snow from 5 different angles. What a powerful soul power! Everybody exclaimed in admiration. Simultaneously controlling 5 batches of azure longswords required an enormous amount of soul power. However, on second thought, Yichen could perfectly multitask, so it was not strange at all. Block again. Marquis Sword Snow's expression turned grave and stern. 5 batches of white longswords flew out, clashing with the azure longswords. This Marquis Sword Snow's soul power is not weak either. It should be 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary people. Normally, people with a high comprehensive ability would have a very powerful soul power, which was even more powerful than normal people. For example, Yichen's soul power was 5 times more powerful than normal people's, which meant that his comprehensive ability was very high, although he had not traveled to this world in the past 14 years, which was why he started later than the others. In terms of profound sense understanding, he had still surpassed the others. Let's see how you block this time. Yichen instantly sent out 10 batches of azure longswords, attacking Marquis Sword Snow from 10 different angles. The beautiful arcs and orderly arrangement displayed Yichen's control over the longswords. His soul power is so much stronger than mine. Marquis Sword Snow's brows creased, and his soul power suddenly erupted. Soul Amplification's secret art. In terms of soul power, there were offensive secret arts and defensive secret arts. Naturally, there were amplification secret arts as well. Comparatively speaking, amplification secret arts were much rarer, and their value was several times that of offensive and defensive secret arts. This was because once one's soul was amplified, using offensive and defensive secret arts would be equivalent to raising one's soul power to a whole new level. With the amplification of his soul power, Marquis Sword Snow's control over the white longswords immediately became more skillful. 10 batches of white longswords flew out, intercepting Yichen's azure longswords. Freaks. 2 freaks. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed inwardly. In his line of sight, 10 batches of white longswords and 10 batches of cyan longswords seemed to be fighting each other. In other words, it was equivalent to 2 people each controlling 10 people and using different methods to fight. How terrifying was this control? Oh, a soul amplification secret art. Yichen could see that Marquis Sword Snow's soul power had increased to the same level as his. There was no longer any gap between them. Unfortunately, the amplified soul power still exceeds your limit. I'm already used to such a huge soul power, so I don't feel the slightest burden. As this thought flashed in his mind, the 10 batches of azure longswords under Yichen's control gradually became more and more exquisite, stabbing, chopping, and even upward slashing. Although they were only simple moves, they were extremely fast without the slightest delay. On the other hand, The white long swords on Marquis Sword Snow's side were much more rigid. If Marquis Sword Snow's 10 batches of white longswords were like 10 second-rate sword artists, then Yi Chen's 10 azure longswords were like 10 first-rate sword artists. The difference was a whole level. Ding ding dang dang. The white longswords under Marquis Sword Snow's control were completely routed, and the azure longswords were about to reach him. I can't lose. Marquis Sword Snow's will was firm. He was not afraid of losing, but if he could avoid losing, then he would not lose. Which genius didn't wish to be unrivaled all the way? Sometimes a single thought could decide one's life. Soul's secret sword. His gaze pierced through the countless long swords and landed on Yi Chen's body. An incorporeal, colorless, and shadowless soul sword appeared on his forehead and shot toward Yi Chen. Soul attack secret art. Moreover, it was a soul attack secret art executed after soul amplification. The spectators sensed a peculiar soul ripple. How could they not know that Marquis Sword Snow had used a soul attack to defeat Yi Chen? Of course, nobody said anything. Soul attack was still an attack, and it was not some despicable method. On the contrary, in the life and death realm, the soul's function became increasingly important. One could choose not to focus on soul, but one's accomplishments in soul could not be too weak. I want to injure the opponent's soul and defeat him in one move. Marquis Sword Star guessed Marquis Sword Snow's intention. Generally speaking, in a battle of the same level, soul attacks would find it difficult to destroy the soul of a half-step king. This was because half-step kings would have a soul membrane around their soul, and the higher the realm, the stronger the membrane. Apart from that, martial will and sword will both had defensive properties against soul attacks. Therefore, even if the opponent didn't cultivate soul's secret arts, it would be impossible to kill the opponent with soul attacks. Soul was only a support. Although it was very important, it could hardly kill the opponent in one move. The speed of the soul attack was extremely fast, surpassing any energy or material attack. It was about to reach Yi Chen's body. Soul light. Yi Chen couldn't allow the soul's sword to hit him. After all, this amplified soul sword might even injure his soul. Puff! A silver vertical eye opened on his forehead and shot out a soul beam, colliding with the soul sword. How could the soul sword be the opponent of Yi Chen's innate ability? After all, Marquis Sword Snow's soul had been amplified to the same level as Yi Chen's, and his control was even weaker. As soon as the two collided, the soul sword immediately disintegrated, and the much dimmer soul light charged into Marquis Sword Snow's sea of soul. His face instantly paled, and his control over sword domain disappeared. Puff! Puff! A large number of cyan-colored swords shot out and brushed past Marquis Sword Snow's body, turning him into a bloody mist. How come he has a vertical eye? Many people noticed the eye on Yi Chen's forehead, which was very similar to the legends. Chapter 868. The number of flesh and blood life forms with a vertical eye was extremely low, and the number of humans with a vertical eye was as low as 1 in billions and billions. If someone opened a vertical eye, then something must have happened to their body. For example, an extremely powerful innate talent in some aspect had awakened their innate talent. Innate talent was bestowed by the heavens. Innate talent in the aspect of soul, it's the soul eye. Someone cried out. Those who opened the soul eye had an extremely powerful innate talent. But conversely, those with extremely powerful innate talent might not be able to open the soul eye. This was because the probability of opening the soul eye was extremely small, so small that it was negligible. Nobody could understand the reason behind this. It was rumored that once the soul eye was opened, one's body would contain the power of inheritance, and their descendants would more or less receive a bit of the inheritance, causing their soul power to be extremely powerful. Of course, the difficulty of opening the soul eye for the next generation was extremely high. It could be said that with the soul, Yi Chen's descendants would be blessed. Their starting point would be higher than others, and their accomplishments would be easier. What a powerful innate talent! Once he enters life and death realm, his status will be much higher than ordinary life and death kings, and his words will carry even more weight. Everyone present was a genius among geniuses. Their sights were set high, and their ambitions huge. Their ultimate goal was naturally to become a life and death king, becoming an influential figure in Elysium. However, they had heard that life and death realm was merely the beginning. In 1,000 years, one might be able to walk from Qi disciple realm to life and death realm in the first few decades, but in the remaining 900 years, one might not be able to reach the peak of life and death realm. 900 years was a long period of time. One could marry and have children normally, and their descendants would also marry and have children normally. This is the legendary soul. In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Snow's face turned grave. The pressure brought by Yi Chen was enormous. Yi Chen was not weaker than him in any aspect, and his soul was even more powerful than his. Let's see who wins and loses in life and death realm. After defeating Marquis Sword Snow, Yi Chen had undoubtedly become the #1 young sword artist of Elysium. His next target was life and death realm. His opponents would also be life and death kings and demonic beast kings. Age no longer held any meaning because his opponents would be old monsters that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. The 33rd round had ended. The 34th round, which was also the second to last round, began. In this round, Su Jing and Marquis Sword Snow were unavoidable. Between the two, it was hard to say who was stronger. Marquis Sword Snow had sword domain, which could suppress the opponent. However, it also depended on the opponent. Su Jing could even receive Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike, Star Meteor, empty-handed, so it was still unknown how effective sword domain would be against her. On the other hand, Su Jing's Sacred Dragon Fist was unparalleled. If Marquis Sword Snow was hit, he would die for sure. On the stage, Marquis Sword Snow was concentrating his attention on Su Jing. He could disregard anyone, even Yi Chen. At that time, he was confident in his victory. However, against Su Jing, he had no confidence at all. He couldn't deceive even himself. Dancing Snow. Marquis Sword Snow first probed with a snowy dance. Suddenly, snow filled the sky and enveloped Su Jing. With a flick of his hands, a huge golden whirlpool appeared in front of Su Jing, devouring the incoming snowflakes and shattering them into pieces. Star-shattering fist. After dispersing the golden whirlpool, Su Jing took a step forward, and an aura that dimmed even the light rushed toward Marquis Sword Snow. At the same time, a star phantom flickered, and a star fragment imprinted itself on Marquis Sword Snow's location. Sword domain. A huge sword pressure burst out of Marquis Sword Snow's body, and even the space seemed to condense, becoming firmer than usual. As soon as Su Jing's fist energy entered the range of the sword domain, it immediately caused spatial wrinkles to appear. It was like a fish swimming on the water surface, causing changes in the water flow and creating a resistance. Borrowing the pressure of the sword domain, Marquis Sword Snow raised his snow-white longsword and stabbed out 3 times in a row. Rumble! Qi exploded, and a huge airflow spread out. Freezing sword point. With the sword domain, Marquis Sword Snow ignored the shock waves and shot towards Su Jing. Midway, the snow-white longsword in his hand suddenly stabbed out like a viper's tongue, moving at an inconceivably fast speed. After the probing, it was time for the killing move. Don't tell me she's going to catch it with her hands? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen didn't know what the others were thinking, but he was sure that Su Jing wouldn't catch Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point empty-handed. The freezing sword point contained an intense freezing qi. Once it erupted, it would be enough to freeze her, although it couldn't truly freeze her. As long as her body stiffened for a split second, it would give Marquis Sword Snow an opportunity. Just as expected, Su Jing didn't catch it empty-handed. She stomped her foot on the ground, creating a half-foot-deep pit. It should be known that the Life and Death Palace's secret chambers were extremely hard. Everyone's attacks could only leave some marks on the chamber's surface. However, a single stomp from Su Jing had created a huge pit. One could imagine how much strength she had used. Stomping her foot on the ground, Su Jing's entire body shot back. The shockwaves also assisted Su Jing, increasing her speed. As she retreated, a golden light appeared on Su Jing's fist. Second step Sacred Dragon Fist. As she punched out, a dragon roar resounded, and an incomparably sacred golden dragon spiraled out. Chi-chi! Bang! The freezing sword point collided with the golden dragon, and a frightening sword chi storm swept out. The intense freezing chi directly froze the ground, creating a meter-thick layer of ice. However, no matter how powerful the sword chi storm was, it couldn't stop the golden dragon's advance. Shwa! The golden dragon pierced through the sword chi storm and pounced on Marquis Sword Snow. Puff! Marquis Sword Snow instantly turned into a blood mist, and his armor and snow-white longsword were teleported into the small chamber. Su Jing's victory. Too frightening. Everybody was astonished by Su Jing's strength. Even someone as powerful as Marquis Sword Snow couldn't block her killing move. Who else could? Junior brother Ye's girlfriend is extraordinary. As one of the 100 beasts, Yen Fengfeng's potential was astonishing. However, her strength couldn't compare to the peak geniuses of True Spirit Continent. Although her realm was somewhat low, and she might be stronger than young Elephant Lord if she could reach the peak of the 3rd layer, she still couldn't compare to Marquis Sword Snow and Yi Chun. On the other hand, Su Jing was also at the 2nd layer, and yet she had such a battle strength. How could an ordinary beast's bloodline have such a frightening battle strength? Only the battle between Yi Chun and Su Jing is left. It was unknown who said this with soul force. They're lovers, so why would they care about this? They're probably just letting each other win. Someone else said, the 35th round, the last round of the battle, as expected, Yi Chun and Su Jing bumped into each other. Yi Chun stroked his chin. I can't beat you. What he said was the truth, but also not the truth at the same time. Bewitching mirror-shattering or the sacred dragon fist, it was hard to say which one would be more powerful. The biggest possibility was that the two would die together. If it were someone else, he would not mind giving it a try. But since it was Su Jing, there was no need for it. 3 or 2 life and death stones meant the same thing to him, since it would only allow him to reach the 3rd level of the life and death challenge. On the other hand, Su Jing's burden was much greater than his. Dragon King only had a few years left to live. Once he died, the entire Dragon God Celestial Palace would have to rely on Su Jing to support it. One could well imagine the pressure. Come back as soon as possible. Return to True Spirit Continent. Su Jing didn't attach much importance to the 1st rank of life and death substitute list compared to Yi Chun. Bang! She raised her palm and shattered her heart meridian, then her body faded. When she reappeared, she was already inside the small chamber. Su Jing's actions greatly shocked Yi Chun. After a long while, he let out a deep breath and looked at Su Jing's chamber with an incomparably deep gaze. Wait for me, I will return. Moreover, I will return as a life and death king. Seeing this scene, many people were jealous of Yi Chun. How could they not have met such a good woman? So touching. Hairuan knew some information about Yi Chun. Yi Chun had left True Spirit Continent because he had no other choice. Su Jing clearly knew about Yi Chun's situation as well. Therefore, She straightforwardly gave up the first rank in order to let Yi Chen obtain one more life and death stone. Although one life and death stone couldn't allow Yi Chen to reach the peak of the third layer, it could save him a lot of time. Buzz. As the last round of points battle ended, the names on the steel changed. First rank, Yi Chen. Second rank, Su Jing. Third rank, Marquis Sword Snow. Fourth rank, Marquis Sword Star. Fifth rank, Lan Sanmei. As for the others, sixth was Young Elephant Lord, seventh Luo Tiandu, eighth Undying Demon Lord, ninth Dantai Mingyue, 12th Duguju, 13th Chu Zhongtian, and 17th Yen Fengfeng. Although Dantai Mingyue had spatial teleportation, it depended on the opponent. She lost to Su Jing because Su Jing was more powerful than Young Elephant Lord, and her strength could distort the trajectory of space. She lost to Marquis Sword Star because he was only a step away from life and death realm. In her battle with Lan Sanmei, she almost won. However, in the end, she was grazed by Lan Sanmei's Annihilation Chop. The Annihilation Chop contained a frightening vibration power which could be transmitted through space. Therefore, it naturally defeated Dantai Mingyue. Luo Tiandu relied on 9 dragons' body-protecting body to grind Dantai Mingyue to death. Young Undying Demon Lord relied on his undying body as well as Chaotic World Demonic Palm's wide-range sealing technique. Therefore, Dantai Mingyue could only rank 9th, but she could threaten the majority of people. The Steel's ranking was confirmed and no longer flickered. The top 10 also received their respective rewards. Life and death stones appeared in front of them and fused into their bodies. The first rank, Yi Chen, received 3 stones, Su Jing and Marquis Sword Snow received 2 each, and the 4th to 10th ranks received 1 stone each. Chapter 869. 3 life and death stones merged with his body on their own, adding the 2 from before. He now had 5 life and death stones inside his body. 4 of them could help him reach the 3rd level of the life and death challenge. And the last one would help him improve his mental state, which would make it easier for him to reach the peak level of the 3rd level. Once he reached the peak of the 3rd layer, he would only be a step away from the life and death realm. There are still 20 days left before the realm closes. I should be able to reach the 3rd layer by then. During this time, I can also comprehend the water profounds. Inside the life and death palace was a strange garden. Every flower, every grass, every mountain, and every river was extremely mysterious. Not only did they contain the cycle of life and death, but they also contained the essence of all sorts of profounds. In a moment, they would all be transported into this garden until the realm closes. Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, the stone tablets suddenly shone brightly, breaking through the life and death palace and arriving above the whole life and death secret realm. It then enlarged thousands of times until it looked like a mountain. Even the young experts in the outer region of life and death secret realm could see the shining words on the stone tablet. What? Yi Chen is number 1? Who is Yi Chen? Marquis Sword Star was actually pushed down from 1st place to 4th place. What happened? Young Elephant Shalua's ranking also dropped. He can't even enter the top 5. The young experts in the inner region and outer region were stupefied, astonished by this ranking. There were actually 5 newcomers in the top 10, and 4 of them were in the top 5. How could they not be astonished? Each and every one of them was shocked to the point of going crazy. Yi Chen. Ha! It's Yi Chen from our True Spirit Continent. When Yi Chen left True Spirit Continent, I thought he would disappear forever. Who would have thought that he would be even more frightening than when he was on True Spirit Continent, becoming the first in the life and death substitute list? The young experts of True Spirit Continent were exceptionally excited, not because they had a good impression of Yi Chen, but because of admiration for a peerless genius. Moreover, Yichen came from true spirit continent. Dozens of years ago, true spirit continent had produced Xianhou, and now Yichen had appeared. This kind of pride was hard to understand. The people in the Hall of Life and Death had no idea what was going on outside. Even if they knew, they would not care. Buzz. Everyone was transported from the small chamber to the large chamber and gathered together. Then, the wall in front of the large chamber suddenly opened, and a strong but not dazzling light shone in. What was exposed to the crowd was a garden of unknown size. What they saw was only the tip of the iceberg. It's the garden of the Hall of Life and Death. The Life and Death Palace's garden had gathered the essence of the entire life and death secret realm. Inside, one could directly feel the cycle of life and death, as well as the circulation of profound. At this moment, even the calm and unperturbed Marquis, Sword Snow's eyes shone. The eyes of the white-haired and grim-faced Duguju turned fiery. There was no communication, no talking. Everyone walked into the garden together. Senior Sister Su Jing, let's go as well. Yichen held Su Jing's soft hand. Su Jing faintly nodded. As soon as they entered the garden, the passage behind them suddenly closed. What a miraculous place! These flowers wither and die with a single touch, and then grow back again. Su Jing's palm touched the flower next to her. Unexpectedly, this delicate and beautiful flower withered and died as soon as it came into contact with it. After a few blinks of an eye, it returned to its original state. Life and death reincarnation, in addition to what profound. Yichen sighed. Entering the life and death secret realm was a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Therefore, the two did not waste their time on romance. After a few moments, they parted ways. With a faint fragrance lingering in his hand, Yichen sucked in a deep breath, feeling quite satisfied. Parting now is only for meeting in the future. Increasing my strength is more important. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Yichen carefully observed every flower and grass in the garden. After walking for a while, Yichen saw a lot of people comprehending. Some were comprehending a rock, some were comprehending trees and flowers, and some had entered an underground cave. The temperature of the cave was very high, and it was obviously magma below. My metal profound has already reached 90% completion. It will be very difficult for me to raise it further. My thunder profound has reached 70% completion, which is not easy to raise either. My wood profound and water profound have reached 60% completion. My fast profound has reached 50% completion, and my slow profound is close to 30% completion. My space profound is 40% completion, and my shadow profound is 30% completion. Fast profound, slow profound, space profound, and shadow profound are all Taishu. I'm afraid I won't be able to make much progress in 20 days. In any case, I already have the space profound as a foundation, so I'm not in a hurry. As for the remaining wood and water profound, it's more practical to comprehend the water profound. Waning Moon contained 90% completion of metal profound and 60% completion of water profound, which was very unbalanced. If the two were equal, its might would increase by several folds, and it would definitely surpass the current bewitching mirror shattering. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point contained 80% completion of ice profound and water profound, which was why it was so powerful. However, Yichen also discovered that his opponent had not fused the two profounds one step further. It was only a preliminary fusion. If the fusion was successful, its might would continue to increase, reaching a frightening level. I don't expect to comprehend the water profound to 90% completion. As long as I can increase it by 10%, I'll be satisfied. Yichen was not someone who would bite off more than he could chew. 20 days was too short of time. After making up his mind, Yi Chen began to search for a place with water. After a while, Yi Chen stopped in front of a huge lake. On the lake, there were already a lot of people. They were all quietly comprehending, and no one was disturbing the others. The lake was very big, and Yi Chen chose an empty spot. As soon as he stepped on the lake immediately underwent a drastic change. Ripples quickly spread out, and then retracted, repeating without any pause. Soon, for days had passed. Death Dao. This is the Death Dao. On a barren mountain, Duguju's body was emitting a dense death aura. Coupled with his snow-white hair, he looked exceptionally frightening. The change attracted a lot of people's attention, and dozens of soul power swept over. It's him. Duguju was quite famous among the 36 schools. His blade arts, which were powered by despair blade intent, had left a deep impression on many people. His ranking was also not low, being the 12th on the life and death substitute list. The death aura is suppressing the life aura. Yi Chen was also paying attention to this area, and his face was filled with astonishment. After entering the life and death chamber, everyone would have a life and death aura. Life and death aura was naturally the aura of life and the aura of death. At this moment, Duguju's death aura was suppressing the life aura. This meant that he had gained some comprehension on the Death Dao and was close to Marquis Sword Stars. Swish! Duguju brandished his long blade, and the deathly white blade light became increasingly profound. As soon as his soul power came in contact with the blade light, he immediately felt an intense crisis of death. Didn't expect him to be comprehending the Death Dao. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen could understand why Duguju made such a choice. Despair blade intent was originally very close to death. Compared to others, Duguju could comprehend the Death Dao much more easily. This was his advantage. Currently, Duguju, apart from the top 5, which is somewhat dangerous, the 6th to 10th places are all possible. To have made such a huge leap in strength as soon as he entered, Duguju was probably the first. Calming his heart, Yi Chen eliminated all distracting thoughts and continued comprehending the water profound. 3 days later, the ripples under Yi Chen's feet sped up several times, attracting the attention of others on the lake. His water profound has advanced so fast, worthy of being the first on the life and death substitute list. These people's eyes were fervent as they continued comprehending the water profound. 70%, much faster than I thought. Seems like it's because of the life and death cycle contained in the garden. The profound and the life and death cycle were intertwined together, making it much easier to comprehend. Of course, this was also related to Yi Chen's soul power, which was 5 times higher than ordinary people's. In that case, I should aim higher and try to reach 80% completion in the water profound. Not staying here any longer, Yi Chen left the lake. He was already familiar with this place, and there were other places with water in the garden. Wind profound. So that's how it is. On a high ground, Lan Sanmei unceasingly brandished his blade. His blade arts contained vibration power and dark profound, as well as a kind of wind profound. The wind profound and vibration power matched each other perfectly. Each of Lan Sanmei's blade strikes carried an intense tearing sensation. So frightening! The people nearby all retreated, staying far away from them. Although Lan Sanmei had restrained her power and only swung her blade at a close distance without releasing any blade energy, the vibrational power of her blade art, which contained the profound of wind, was even stronger. It could travel through space and reach very far. The surrounding flowers and trees were all shattered, although they quickly grew back. This Lan Sanmei might be even stronger than Marquis Sword Star. He might even be a match for Marquis Sword Snow Yi Chen. Someone discussed. The waterfall rumbled down, falling on Yi Chen's body. Yichen closed his eyes. The previous lake was still water, while the current waterfall was flowing water. One was still while the other was moving. The embodiment of the water profound was also different. 2 days passed. Yichen opened his eyes and suddenly brandished his sword. Rip! The evil vanquishing sword pierced through the waterfall. Not good. Yichen closed his eyes once again. The garden was all-encompassing. In another corner was a lake, but it was covered in ice. Ice and water mixed together, forming a clear distinction at first glance. But from a closer look, they were indistinguishable. This was because ice would turn into water at any moment, and water would turn into ice at any moment. Such a thing could only happen in the Garden of Life and Death Palace. Ice and water fusion. On the ice block, Marquis Sword Snow pulled out his snow-white longsword and stabbed out. This sword was freezing sword point, but its power was even more restrained, not leaking out in the slightest. This signified that his freezing sword point had fused ice profound and water profound to a higher degree. Chapter 870, about twice the power. Marquis Sword Snow spat out a shocking sentence. In this life and death secret realm ranking battle, a lot of trump cards had been revealed. If Su Jing's Sacred Dragon Fist was the first, then Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike, Star Meteor, would be the second, and the third would be Marquis Sword Snow's Freezing Sword Point. In terms of might, Freezing Sword Point was indeed a lot weaker than Star Meteor, but it was not to the extent of being 2 times weaker. Now, Freezing Sword Point's might had already surpassed Marquis Sword Star's Star Meteor. Most importantly, Freezing Sword Point contained a compressed power. Once it pierced into the opponent's body, it would produce an incomparable frost chi and sword chi storm. At this moment, Marquis Sword Snow had the strength to kill a peak-level evil spirit. There's still time. Let's strive for the next step. Marquis Sword Snow did not plan to comprehend profounds in the garden. He had only mastered 2 profounds, Water Profound and Ice Profound, both of which had reached 80% completion. Raising them to 90% would be extremely difficult. Rather than wasting time, he might as well spend it on fused profounds. On the 3rd last day, under the waterfall, a longsword suffused with a faint golden radiance suddenly slashed out. The sword light was incomparably sharp, yet incomparably supple. The 2 completely different auras fused together, causing the sword to cut through the waterfall and space. Not a single trace of power leaked out. All of it contained within the sword. This sword was extremely hard and powerful, extremely supple and supple. Metal gave birth to water, and water contained metal. Water Profound has also reached 80% completion. Yichen walked out of the waterfall and circulated his Jun Yuan, immediately evaporating the water on his body. In the first 7 days, Yichen had raised his Water Profound to 70% completion, and in the next 10 days, it had reached 80% completion. In the remaining 2 days, it would be impossible for his Water Profound to make any progress. It was simply too unrealistic. Standing beside the waterfall, Yichen recalled the charm of that sword strike. That sword attack just now wasn't the waning moon. The waning moon was still a bit rough. No matter how much the Metal Profound and Water Profound improved, their power was still limited. It was just like a normal low-grade, profound martial skill, which could only contain a limited number of profounds. When one's profound realm was very high, one should create a middle-grade profound martial skill, and then a high-grade profound martial skill. Therefore, the higher the realm of the profound, the more powerful moves were needed to contain it. The might of high-grade, profound martial arts varied. A high-grade, profound martial art might have a killing power that was 10 or 20 times greater than a low-grade, profound martial art. Therefore, high-level profound martial arts were also divided into many levels. The lowest grade profound sense martial arts were ordinary profound sense martial arts, followed by low grade profound sense martial arts, middle grade profound sense martial arts, upper grade profound sense martial arts, and perfect grade profound sense martial arts. In terms of rank, Waning Moon was only a low-rank profound sense martial art, but that sword just now was almost a mid-rank profound sense martial art. The difference between the two was one small level. Although it was only one small level, the difference in power was at least several times. In the past, Yichun thought that Waning Moon had the potential to become a top profound sense martial art as long as his metal profound and water profound reached great completion. But now it seemed impossible. The higher one's realm was, the more different one's perspective would be. Back then, he thought it was possible, but it was only at that time, and Waning Moon was created by him at that time. How could the sword move created at that time compare to the current one? Metal ultimacy 90% completion, and water ultimacy 80% completion. I'm still far from completion, not to mention completion. This sword might still be outdated when the time comes. Therefore, I should be able to create more powerful sword moves based on the improvement of metal and water ultimacy. Why don't I think of a general name for this sword art first? The same series of sword moves could be summarized into a set of sword arts. Let's call it Autumn Water Sword Spell. Waning Moon is the first movement of the Autumn Water Sword Spell, and this sword is the second movement. Then there will be the third, fourth, and fifth movement, all the way until the metal profound and water profound reach perfection. Autumn Water was the godly jade bone, which was quite poetic. Now that he had thought of the name of the sword art, it was time to name it. Thinking of the extremely condensed sword power when performing this sword attack, the sword light was extremely hard, extremely soft, and extremely tenacious. A phrase appeared in Yi Chen's mind, congealing water. Water, extremely soft. Congealing water meant that water was extremely condensed and could cut through iron and steel. Congealing water. The second movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. Congealing water has been completed, but the metal profound and water profound still need to be further integrated. The higher the integration, the more condensed the sword power will be, and it will be able to easily cut through even more powerful objects. Getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Yi Chun continued to train the congealing water sword attack. Unknowingly, it was already the last day before the life and death secret realm closed. Right then, a lot of people had already stopped their training and started to spar with each other. At the center of the garden was a huge open space where everyone had gathered. Duguju is here. Not far away, a white-haired youngster walked over. It was indeed Duguju. Do you dare to fight with me? Duguju said to young Undying Demon Lord. Courting death. Young Undying Demon Lord sneered and walked out from the crowd. After 20 days of training, young Undying Demon Lord had also made some gains. His water profound had improved from 60% completion to 70%. Although his dark profound didn't improve, it had already increased his strength by a lot. Young Undying Demon Lord is ranked 8th, while Duguju is ranked 12th. Although Duguju has improved a lot, young Undying Demon Lord has also improved a bit. This battle is going to be difficult. The spectators discussed in a low voice. Take the blade. Duguju took out his blade, using his most powerful attack right from the get-go. The deathly white blade light contained the Tao of Death. This blade attack seemed to be able to destroy all living beings. Moreover, compared to before, this blade attack was even faster and fiercer. All of Duguju's negative emotions seemed to have been infused into it. Impossible. So powerful. Young Undying Demon Lord's scalp went numb, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. With a roar, he suddenly punched out. It was precisely his famous chaotic demon fist. Whoosh! The blade light brushed past the fist energy, which immediately dispersed like a hot knife through butter. Duguju's blade fiercely slashed down on young undying demon lord's shoulder. Puchi, a huge amount of blood spurted out from young undying demon lord's shoulder like a fountain. His whole body swayed and staggered. Die! Duguju's body turned, and his long blade slashed across young undying demon lord's neck. Puchi, a head flew up, its eyes wide open. In the next moment, young undying demon lord's body was teleported out of the secret realm and revived outside. Gasp! The sound of people sucking in cold breaths resounded as everyone looked at Duguju with dumbfounded expressions. In 20 days, Duguju's improvement was so huge. The first blade strike had rendered young undying demon lord powerless, and the second blade had sent his head flying. Frightening! Not only are there many geniuses in true spirit continent, each and every one of them is also frightening. What a good killing blade strike! On the small bridge, Lan Sanmei clapped her hands. Let's fight! Duguju's battle intent boiled. Lan Sanmei shook her head. You're still not my opponent, even if you've comprehended Death Dao. It's not up to you. Duguju pounced over, and the deathly blade, light, appeared once again. I said, you're still not my opponent. As a demonic cultivator, how could Lan Sanmei be afraid? Since Duguju wanted to fight her, she didn't mind sending him on his way out of the secret realm. Demon Chop, the black blade light, turned indistinct, containing a vibration power that far surpassed the past. Clang! Duguju's body was blasted away. Lan Sanmei chased after him, brushing past his opponent. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out, and a blade scar appeared on Duguju's forehead, extending all the way to his throat. Duguju lost. Sheathing his blade, Lan Sanmei's face was calm. Hee, the peerless geniuses of my blood sky continent are not inferior to those of true spirit continent. Duguju is so powerful, killing young undying demon lord with 2 blade strikes, but still lost to Lan Sanmei. The young experts of blood sky continent felt a sense of pride. Look, Marquis Swordstar and Marquis Sword Snow have arrived. At this time, it was Sky Sword Continent's turn to speak. Marquis Swordstar came from the east, while Marquis Sword Snow came from the west. What astonished the crowd was that the two's gazes passed through the crowd and landed on each other, brimming with battle intent. What's going on? Marquis Swordstar and Marquis Sword Snow want to fight? Sky Sword Continent's people creased their brows. Marquis Swordstar, I'll fight you without sword domain. Marquis Sword Snow's voice was indifferent, but his battle intent was even more intense. Then you'll die for sure. Marquis Swordstar sneered. Take out your sword. Your 7-star point kills sword art's 5th strike, Starfall. Among sword artists, Marquis Swordstar's Starfall was the strongest. Therefore, Marquis Sword Snow wanted to use his freezing sword to kill his opponent. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Marquis Swordstar didn't waste any words. Pulling out Greedy Wolf, he pierced through the air. This sword strike was just as frightening as before, containing the death radiance of exploding stars. Some observant people discovered that Marquis Swordstar's understanding of Death Dao had deepened, because this sword strike was even more refined than before. Marquis Sword Snow's complexion didn't change. He instantly pulled out his snow-white long sword and welcomed the incoming strike. The sword chi didn't disperse in the slightest, but instead condensed at the tip of the sword, forming a glass-like white energy sphere. Rumble! A large amount of freezing chi spread out, freezing the ground and forcing everyone to retreat. Your freezing sword points' might has doubled. Half of Marquis Swordstar's body was frozen, and cracks could be seen on its surface. Your starfall isn't weak either. Marquis Sword Snow looked down at his abdomen. where a bloody hole had been pierced. The vitality within his body was directly extinguished. Kacha! Half of Marquis Swordstar's body shattered, sending him out of the secret realm along with his armor and greedy wolf. Although Marquis Swordsnow's aura was much weaker, he wasn't dead yet. This battle was a bitter victory for Marquis Swordsnow. Ha! My Earth Profound has finally reached 70% completion. Who dares to fight me? Rumble! The earth trembled as a tall figure walked over. It was young Elephant Lord. Young Master Xiang was in high spirits. His main path of development was to cultivate energy. Other than studying Power Profound, he had also comprehended the Earth Profound. The improvement of the Earth Profound made him very confident. One had to know that he was a demonic beast. His comprehension wasn't very high, but his body was very strong. Therefore, even if he made a small improvement in the profound, his strength would increase explosively. From afar, young Elephant Lord saw Yichun walking toward him. He pointed at him and said, "Yichun, do you dare to fight?" Sword domain had a huge influence on sword artists, but on other experts, it could only suppress them. As a body refining expert, he was the least affected by sword domain. Chapter 871. Why wouldn't a loser dare? 2 days had deepened Yi Chen's understanding of congealing water. The charm of metal giving birth to water had also been penetrated by him, harmonizing and fusing them together. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Yi Chen left the waterfall and walked over. He didn't expect young Elephant Lord to use him to establish his might after making some progress. Naturally, he wouldn't give the other party too much face. Humph, that was then, and this is now. Release your sword domain. Young Elephant Lord was very unhappy that he was ranked 6th. What made him even more unhappy was that Yi Chun was ranked 1st. To him, it didn't matter if Yi Chun had a sword domain or not. He wasn't like the young, undying demon lord, who could be suppressed by the sword domain. I don't need sword domain to deal with you. Yi Chen naturally knew that sword domain couldn't suppress body refinement experts like Su Jing and young Elephant Lord. Of course, it would make things easier for him. He's not using sword domain. Everyone was shocked. In the ranking battles, Yi Chen had relied on sword domain to defeat young Elephant Lord. He had used it to slightly suppress young Elephant Lord before piercing his eye. In their opinion, young Elephant Lord was more or less afraid of Yi Chen's sword domain, even though he said he didn't care about it. But now that Yi Chen had said that he wouldn't use sword domain, he naturally couldn't go back on his words. In that case, what could he rely on to defeat young Elephant Lord? He had improved, and young Elephant Lord had also improved. Hearing that Yi Chen wouldn't use sword domain, young Elephant Lord was a little surprised, but then he was pleasantly surprised. Yi Chen had relied on sword domain to defeat him, so he thought that Yi Chen wouldn't give up on his advantage. Since that was the case, he might as well be magnanimous and take the initiative to let Yi Chen release his sword domain. But he didn't expect that Yi Chen would actually give up on his sword domain. Shameless boasting. Take my fist. His body expanding to 3 meters, young Elephant Lord strode toward Yi Chen like a shooting star. Midway, he raised his bowl-sized fist and punched out fiercely. An extremely dense, savage chi pervaded the air, and the image of 100 elephants trumpeting together could be faintly seen. 8 wild elephants' fist. Clearly, young Mammoth Lord's earth profundity had improved, and the 8 Desolation Mammoth Fist's power had increased by quite a bit. Yi Chen, let me see your ace. Marquis Swordsnow, on the other hand, did not feel that Yi Chen was deliberately mystifying things. Being able to reach the first place, he was definitely not a fool. Roar! Facing the young Elephant Lord's fierce elephant fist, Yi Chen unsheathed his sword. Although it seemed slow, it was actually fast. The evil vanquishing sword was suffused with a faint golden radiance. So fast, this was everyone's first impression. His second impression was that it was so domineering and so flexible. Yi Chen's water condensation sword technique contained both the toughness of metal and the softness of water. Compared to Waning Moon, it was more than twice as exquisite. Chi. The sound of sparks burning through cotton rang out. The evil vanquishing sword directly pierced through young Elephant Lord's fist energy and landed a heavy blow on his fist. Crackle! The extremely condensed sword energy passed through young Elephant Lord's glove and reached his right arm. His right arm emitted popping sounds as it exploded into a bloody mist. Puchi! The second sword strike, Yi Chen pierced through young Elephant Lord's throat. Eyes wide open, young Elephant Lord was teleported out of the secret realm. This, it seems even more powerful than Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Could this be the result of his 20 days of hard work? If Dugu Ju and Lan Sanmei's improvements were already astonishing and Marquis Sword Snow's was frightening, then Yi Chen's improvement could only be described as terrifying. It should be known that Yi Chen's sword moves were far inferior to Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point during the ranking battles. But now, they were several times more powerful. What is this move called? Marquis Sword Snow solemnly asked. Water condensation. Yi Chen replied. Good move, water condensation. Marquis Sword Snow could see that Yi Chen's move also contained the power of compression. However, the difference was that Yi Chen's power was transmitted outwards, while his freezing sword point was an eruption. Using the same power but releasing it in different ways created two completely different moves. Apart from the few people who had just fought, the others had not made much progress. Therefore, they were only exchanging pointers, rarely spilling blood. In the last half a day, Su Jing also came out. Half a day was too short, and the two did not feel the passage of time. Finally, signs of the realm closing appeared, and everyone was teleported out. Come back soon. Su Jing's figure rapidly faded. I will. Yi Chen's figure also faded. Buzz. The space distorted, and everyone left the realm. Blood Sky Continent. In the sky above the desolate mountain range, the space constantly squirmed, and one figure after another appeared. Yi Chen. Lan Sanmei walked toward Yi Chen. What's the matter? Yi Chen asked. Lan Sanmei said, You're not from Blood Sky Continent. Now that you've killed young Tiger Lord, the Beast King of his sect will most likely not let this matter go. Therefore, you'd better leave Blood Sky Continent as soon as possible. The longer you stay, the more danger you'll face. Although life and death Beast Kings won't kill you openly, they'll still give you an unbearable punishment. The news of Yi Chen killing young Tiger Lord reached Lan Sanmei's ears through the mouths of others. Yi Chen shook his head. True Spirit Continent is millions of li away from Blood Sky Continent. It's too late to escape now, and I don't intend to escape anyway. Lan Sanmei turned silent, then said, How will I know if I don't try? Beast Kings can travel through the void, and can travel millions of li in an instant. If I escape, they'll most likely decide to deal with me. I might as well stay in Blood Sky Continent and watch. Apart from this reason, Yi Chen also wanted to protect Eternal Sky Sect. He couldn't just leave and let Eternal Sky Sect suffer the consequences. Who knew what kind of humiliation Eternal Sky Sect would suffer in the future? Seeing Yi Chen's resolute expression, Lan Sanmei knew that persuasion would be useless. In Yi Chen's eyes, she even saw an extremely vague battle intent. She didn't know if it was just her imagination. In that case, I'll tell you about the Beast Kings of Sky Tiger Sect. Sky Tiger Sect has two great Beast Kings. One is Sky Tiger King, the sect leader of Sky Tiger Sect, and the other is Blood Tiger King, the supreme elder of Sky Tiger Sect. Sky Tiger King became a beast king 300 years ago. In the starry sky, he once killed 3 king-grade space beasts by himself, and even ripped off a corner of a small star. His battle strength is not something ordinary life and death kings can compare to. What Lan Sanmei said was told to her by her sect elders. Killed 3 king-grade space beasts. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. On land there were demonic beasts, and in the starry sky there were space beasts. These space beasts couldn't pass through the 3 layers of restrictions and arrive at Elysium. However, their battle strength was frightening. One-on-one, ordinary life and death kings couldn't do anything to a king-grade space beast. Some powerful king-grade space beasts could even compare to titled monarchs. Sky Tiger King. I'm not his opponent. Don't tell me Yuan Emperor has to make a move. Hearing this news, Yi Chen's heart sank. The Battle King had died 500 years ago, and at that time, the Sky Tiger King had not become a Beast King yet. Therefore, he had not heard anything about the Sky Tiger King. Blood Tiger King was a Beast King 500 years ago. He's Sky Tiger King's master. Of course, his battle strength isn't as frightening as Sky Tiger King's, but it's still not a small matter. One-on-one, he can kill king-grade space beasts. Compared to Sky Tiger King, Blood Tiger King made Yi Chen heave a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't have the slightest assurance against such an existence, at least it wouldn't make him despair. I know your battle strength is extraordinary. Perhaps you have the strength to contend against some kings who have just entered life and death realm. However, Sky Tiger King and Blood Tiger King are not people you can contend against. Lan Sanmei's intuition was extremely sharp. From the beginning to the end of the ranking battles, she felt that Yi Chen was hiding some of his strength. Therefore, she said this. I wonder what Beast King's White Wolf sect has. Yi Chen asked, What? You offended White Wolf sect? Lan Sanmei opened her rosy lips, dumbfounded. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. I hope someone will come and save you. Lan Sanmei no longer had the strength to be astonished or worried. White Wolf sect also has 2 great Beast Kings. One is White Wolf King, and the other is Giant Wolf King. White Wolf King is the sect leader of White Wolf sect. His battle strength is a lot weaker than Sky Tiger King, but he's still a lot stronger than Blood Tiger King. Giant Wolf King became a Beast King 200 years ago. It's said that his ascension was rather strange. He didn't enter life and death realm through normal means. Therefore, his battle strength is only equivalent to an ordinary king. White Wolf King doesn't even allow him to enter the starry sky, fearing that he might fall. Neither Sky Tiger King nor White Wolf King are my opponents. Blood Tiger King is probably stronger than me. Only Giant Wolf King is a bit easier to deal with, but I'll have to go all out. Lan Sanmei's information was very useful to him. At the very least, it gave him an idea. If you can't do it, come to my demonic blade sect. Lan Sanmei couldn't bear to see Yi Chen fall. If Yi Chen didn't fall, it wouldn't be long before another stunning king appeared in this world. However, as soon as she said these words, Lan Sanmei regretted it. It wasn't that she didn't want to save Yi Chen, but demonic blade sect had its own rules. If Lan Sanmei acted like this, it would bring many enemies to demonic blade sect. Moreover, this was only her personal opinion. How could her master and supreme elder allow her to act recklessly? Forget it. I have a way to deal with it. Yi Chen wasn't an inflexible person. If he really couldn't win, he could take out the painting and ask Yuan Emperor to help him escape. With Yuan Emperor's strength, even titled monarchs would be apprehensive, not to mention Sky Tiger King and White Wolf King. Of course, it was best not to use the painting. After all, Yuan Emperor wasn't the Yuan Emperor of the past. He was merely an image sealed by a secret art. Every bit of power he used would diminish, and it couldn't be made up for. Before entering life and death realm, it was best to be cautious. Wait a moment. Lan Sanmei took out a jade talisman from her storage ring and operated her Zhen Yuan. One character after another entered the jade talisman, and with a fling of her hand, the jade talisman disappeared into the void. Bang! Right at this moment, the sky not far away suddenly split open, and a white-haired old man walked out. His body was surging with demonic power like a tidal wave. Chapter 872. Not good. It's Giant Wolf King. Lan Sanmei exclaimed in a low voice. Giant Wolf King was the supreme elder of White Wolf sect. 200 years ago, he had become a beast king. Although there was something strange about him becoming a beast king, he wasn't someone who had just entered life and death realm could compare to. It's Giant Wolf King of White Wolf sect. What is he doing here? I'm afraid he's here for young Wolf Lord. Many young experts of Blood Sky Continent hadn't left yet. Some who were about to leave also stopped and watched from afar. The white-haired old man, Giant Wolf King, swept his gaze around before finally landing on Yi Chun. His eyes turned green and vertical. Did you kill Lang? According to young Wolf Lord's description, he recognized Yi Chun at a glance. If you're talking about young Wolf Lord, then I think so. At this point, denying was meaningless. Yi Chun nodded. You know your crime? Giant Wolf King roared. What crime? Kid, even now, you're still being stubborn. Life and Death's secret realm is a place for everyone to improve together. You killed my White Wolf sect's disciple, causing him to lose the opportunity to compete for the Life and Death Stone. This is a crime. You know your crime? Giant Wolf King squinted his eyes, emitting an ominous aura. He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. If you want to talk about principles, I'll accompany you. Let's see if I'm guilty or not. If I say you're guilty, then you're guilty. Don't try to argue. Now, I'll give you a choice. Come back to White Wolf sect with me and suffer for 100 years. After 100 years, I'll set you free. Giant Wolf King didn't give Yi Chun a chance to argue and decided that he was guilty. 100 years. Lan Sanmei's expression changed. 100 years later, everything would have changed. This was equivalent to erasing a person's talent and potential. Sorry, not even a year. Yi Chun shook his head. It's not up to you. As a Yao King, the Giant Wolf King naturally could not brazenly kill Yi Chun. Capturing him was his goal this time. With a flash, the Giant Wolf King appeared in front of Yi Chun in the blink of an eye. He extended his right hand, and a boundless binding force burst out, forming a sphere of Yao energy around Yi Chun. Grappling martial art, trapping palm. The sphere formed by demonic energy rapidly compressed. Yi Chun immediately felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. If he didn't react immediately, this sphere of demonic energy would compress him into a ball, making him unable to move. Naturally, he would lose his ability to fight. He would be at the mercy of the demonic energy, unable to do anything. Sword domain. Congealing water. At this critical moment, Yi Chun's battle strength erupted. He released his sword domain, slowing down the speed of the demon power sphere's compression and buying himself a chance. At the same time, he pulled out the evil vanquishing sword with his right hand and slashed out. The pale golden light was not dazzling, nor did it give people a breathtaking feeling. However, the demon power sphere was immediately pierced through by this slash. Pung! The Giant Wolf King's palm collided with the evil vanquishing sword, creating ripples and cracks in the space. What a strange sword energy! The Giant Wolf King retreated with his right hand behind his back. If one observed carefully, one would notice that his right hand was slightly trembling. The clothes on his right arm were also slightly damaged. A Yao King is indeed a Yao King. Blood leaked out from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as his entire body was sent flying. As for that demon power sphere, it had long since crumbled. In the first exchange between the two, Yi Chen was only slightly inferior. What? Impossible. The young experts present wished that they could wipe their eyes to see if they were hallucinating. With the giant Wolf King's strength, he was actually unable to suppress Yi Chen. After sending the latter flying, he was also sent flying. He has reached the third layer of life and death chamber. Tai Kuangzuan's eyes shone. Although they all had life and death stones, the speed of improvement of each person's mental state was different. Some people could increase their realm very quickly, while others couldn't even increase their realm for several months. There were even some who couldn't increase their realm at all. After the ranking battle, 10 people had obtained life and death stones. However, within 20 days, no one could increase their realm because the time was too short. After all, one needed to refine 4 life and death stones to reach the third layer of life and death chamber. Obviously, Yi Chen didn't reveal his cultivation base when fighting Young Elephant Lord. With his cultivation base at the second layer of life and death chamber, he finished off his opponent with 2 sword moves. Good kid. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, you found the wrong target. The giant Wolf King's right arm returned to normal as his tone turned cold. Giant Wolf King, if you leave now, you can still save some face. After clashing head-on with the giant Wolf King, Yi Chen clearly understood the latter's explosive demonic power. It was indeed powerful, but not undefeatable. You're courting death. I've decided. I'll bring you back to White Wolf Sect and make you suffer the pain of having your tendons pulled out and your skin peeled off every day. The giant Wolf King roared. His surging demonic power exploded, creating numerous cracks in the space. 100 wolf sky trampling palm. With a slap, hundreds of demonic-powered giant wolves flew out, rushing toward Yi Chen. Each of them contained an enormous amount of demonic power. Only demonic beasts could squander their energy like this. If it were a human life and death king, unless their cultivation base exceeded 500 years, each attack would consume several % of their energy. Facing the numerous demonic power giant wolves, Yi Chen pushed his sword domain to the limit. The sword pressure caused their speed to sharply decrease. Then, he waved his sword, causing the space to distort and condense into a mirror. Bewitching mirror shattering. Shatter! Pung! The mirror exploded, and all the demonic power giant wolves shattered. Swish! Using sword steps, Yi Chen's figure shuttled out like a sword light, arriving before the giant Wolf King in a flash and thrusting his sword. Autumn Water Sword, Art's second style, congealing water. Not good. The giant Wolf King promptly shattered the space, wanting to enter the void. However, under the pressure of the sword domain, the space had solidified a lot, causing his speed to slow down a bit. Thus, Yi Chen's sword pierced through his protective demonic power. Immediately, an extremely condensed sword energy penetrated his protective demonic power and entered his body. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the giant Wolf King was once again jolted out. His figure tumbled out, smashing into a huge mountain in desolate mountain range. The Beast King's protective demonic power is truly powerful. Even congealing water's sword energy couldn't penetrate it. It could only injure him a bit, but he'll recover soon. Although the giant Wolf King seemed to be in a miserable state, Yi Chen was extremely clear that this sword attack couldn't do much to the giant Wolf King. Of course, this was only Yi Chen's opinion. Including Lan Sanmei, all the spectating young experts were dumbfounded. For a long time, they couldn't utter a single word. He has the strength of a life and death king. It was unknown who said this sentence. Damn it! He was actually hiding his strength all along. With his strength, he wouldn't need to exhaust himself in the ranking battle. He could easily defeat anyone. Yi Chen was able to injure the giant Wolf King, not by relying on the sword domain or congealing water, but rather bewitching mirror shattering. Bewitching mirror shattering destroyed the giant Wolf King's ace move, giving Yi Chen the opportunity to strike. If Yi Chen used bewitching mirror shattering in the ranking battle, who could be his opponent? Even Yi Chen's girlfriend in their eyes would be in danger. Bang! A large amount of rubble flew in the air as the giant Wolf King rushed out and hovered in the air. Kid, you're dead for sure today. The giant Wolf King had never suffered such humiliation before. To think that he, a majestic beast king, was injured by a kid who wasn't even a life and death king. If this matter spread out, his reputation would be ruined. The immense humiliation ignited his killing intent. Regardless of the unwritten rules, he hardened his heart and decided to kill Yi Chen on the spot. Eowol! Facing the sky, the giant Wolf King let out a howl. His body flipped in the air and turned into an 80-meter-long, 10-meter-tall giant wolf. The giant wolf's eyes were like two searchlights as they converged into a beam of light. That sturdy body, metal-like hair, and blade-like claws all displayed his formidable battle strength. Standing motionless, the giant Wolf King clawed at the space with his claws. Swoosh! In the next moment, the giant Wolf King dashed toward Yi Chen. His huge body allowed him to move faster than a human. His entire body faded away, leaving behind only a translucent gray shadow. How could Yi Chen let him get close? Holding the evil vanquishing sword with both hands, he slashed out. The space was distorted and compressed, turning into a mirror. The giant Wolf King's body froze in the mirror. Pung! The mirror shattered, and the giant Wolf King's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like a stream. Recover! Activating the undying body, the blood immediately flowed back into the giant Wolf King's body. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his hair grew back. Blood-severing ghost finger. Seeing this, Yi Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. If beast kings were so easy to defeat, they wouldn't be called beast kings. Spreading his feet apart, Yi Chen's entire being turned cold and austere. His aura condensed, as if there was a huge black hole hidden within his body, restraining his aura and preventing it from leaking out. An astonishing scene occurred. Behind Yi Chen, a white-robed ghost figure appeared. The ghost figure's face was blurry, and it didn't have a face. It grinned, revealing a pitch-black mouth. The eerie ghost laugh seemed to exist between reality and illusion. His left index finger curved like a hook, and Yi Chen slashed out. Following this movement, the white-robed ghost figure's left hand stretched out, disappearing into the void. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the giant Wolf King, probing into his body. Then it grabbed out a large amount of qi and blood. Awua! The giant Wolf King was terrified. What kind of secret art was this? It could actually grab out his qi and blood through space. Others might not know, but he was the clearest. Although he was a beast king, he didn't become one through normal means. The beast king's qi in his body hadn't fused with his flesh and blood. There was still a small portion of ordinary flesh and blood, which was his weakness. However, this weakness was inside his body, so the giant Wolf King wasn't worried. However, Yi Chen's secret art exposed his weakness. If it weren't for this weakness, the ghost hand wouldn't have been able to grab out his qi and blood. It would have only been able to grab out some Beast King's qi and blood, because the Beast King's qi and Beast King's qi were indistinguishable. After a large amount of qi and blood was grabbed out, the giant wolf king's vitality immediately declined, and exhaustion appeared on his face. Chapter 873. I'm a dignified beast king. How can I be defeated by a human kid? The giant wolf king's body trembled, and the gray hair on his body stood on end. His body seemed to have swelled several times, and the claws on his toes extended once more. The claws glowed with a dark blue light and were incomparably sharp. Enduring his exhaustion, Giant Wolf King raised his right claw and slashed. Dark blue iron claw. Demonic beasts with high aptitude generally had innate abilities. Giant Wolf King's innate ability was dark blue iron claw, which could tear apart even more powerful objects. It's an innate ability. Yi Chen immediately dispersed the blood-severing ghost finger. The white-robed, ghostly figure disappeared with an eerie smile. Raising the evil-shattering sword in his right hand, Yi Chen forcefully raised his Zhen Yuan and attacked with the second style of autumn water sword arts, congealing water. Pung! Dark blue iron claw was, after all, a beast king's innate ability. Upon contact, congealing water immediately dispersed. Although the remnant sword energy landed on Giant Wolf King's body, it ultimately couldn't penetrate the latter's protective demonic energy. On the other hand, the dark blue claw ruthlessly tore at Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was injured. Even his armor couldn't resist such a powerful claw energy. His body was blasted away, and Yi Chen ultimately landed on a towering mountain peak. Giant Wolf King's strength is not as good as a demonic human king's. He should be no different from an ordinary life and death king. Moreover, he has a weakness. His flesh and demonic energy can't be fused. Yi Chen used blood-severing ghost finger with the intention of consuming a portion of Giant Wolf King's demonic power. After all, a beast king's flesh and demonic power had fused together, so it could only consume demonic power. However, he didn't expect that this finger would consume a large amount of Giant Wolf King's blood and qi, causing his condition to sharply decline. This was much better than consuming demonic power. However, a demonic king was a demonic king after all. Relying on these methods alone, Yi Chen would eventually lose. After all, he couldn't afford to waste time. The amount of demonic energy in Giant Wolf King's body was simply too much, dozens of times more than his. Even ordinary life and death kings couldn't compare to him. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could easily recover to his peak state. All he had to do was consume a bit of demonic energy. Die! The Giant Wolf King's claw swiped out again, this time using its innate ability, Blue Iron Claw. Break! Standing on the mountain peak, Yi Chen used bewitching, mirror-shattering, and shattered the blue claw energy. The two fought speed against speed, using offense against offense. Giant Wolf King originally had the advantage of shuttling through space. However, Yi Chen's sword domain could reinforce the space, making it consume even more demonic energy to do so. His speed was also reduced by half. In the end, he simply gave up on shuttling through space and fought head-on with Yi Chen. As his true essence flowed out like water, Yi Chen's expression became dignified. Seems like I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword. If he didn't use the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen wouldn't have much Zhen Yuan left in his body. With a single slash, the Giant Wolf King was forced back. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Chen put away the evil vanquishing sword and took out a devilishly domineering purple-silver longsword. The hilt of the sword was black, with a scorpion in the shape of a supreme grade sword. Sky Scorpio sword. Congealing water. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yi Chen instantly used the second style of the autumn water sword arts. Buzz. The sword energy was incomparably condensed. As it pierced through space, the edges of the spatial cracks rapidly crystallized, filling the air with a purple color. Kacha! Giant Wolf King's protective demonic energy could no longer endure the sword Chi's impact, turning into purple crystals. The sword energy landed on his right shoulder, instantly penetrating it. In an instant, Giant Wolf King's entire right shoulder crystallized. The power of congealing water's explosion acted on the crystal, shattering it into a rain of light. Howl! Giant Wolf King howled miserably. It's a supreme grade sword. Damn it, you actually have a supreme grade sword. Giant Wolf King, who had lost a piece of his body, practically smashed through space and appeared 100 li away, activating his undying body. The flesh on his missing piece wriggled and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, at the same time, his aura was weakening. Yi Chen's sword had already injured his internal organs, and the crystallized energy had also been transmitted into them. Moreover, his undying body was only at the early limb regrowth realm, so how could it be easily repaired? At this moment, he was relying on his immense demonic energy to suppress the injury, preventing it from erupting. You have a supreme grade sword. 100 li away, Giant Wolf King stared at Yi Chun. So what if I do? Pointing the Sky Scorpio sword at the ground, purple sword light fluctuating, Yi Chun said indifferently, "Today's matter won't end like this. I, Giant Wolf King, swear that I will kill you." Giant Wolf King wished he could kill all the spectators. This way, no one would know that he had been beaten so miserably by Yi Chun. However, he didn't dare. All the young experts present had great backgrounds. Behind them were demonic kings and life and death kings. Therefore, only by killing Yi Chun in the future could he redeem himself. If you don't leave now, then don't even think about it. Yi Chun waved his sword again, and the sword Chi chased after him like a meteor. Giant Wolf King's eyes widened as he fled into the space with his tail between his legs. Puff! The sword Chi also tore open the space and disappeared. Faintly, the spectators seemed to hear Giant Wolf King's roar again, causing them to exchange glances. Huff! After losing 50% of his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chun was extremely exhausted. At mid-half-step King Realm, he could use Evil Vanquishing Sword 5 times. At high-step Realm, he could use it 10 times. At the first layer, he could use it 20 times, the second layer 40 times, and the third layer 80 times. Previously, he had used Evil Vanquishing Sword at least 20 times, consuming a quarter of his Zhen Yuan. Then, he used Sky Scorpio Sword at an even more frightening speed. Merely 2 strikes had consumed 50% of his Zhen Yuan. In other words, Yi Chun could only use Sky Scorpio Sword 5 or 6 times at his peak. Of course, Sky Scorpio Sword's Zhen Yuan consumption was so frightening because it was a powerful supreme grade sword. On the other hand, the pseudo-supreme grade Evil Vanquishing Sword's might was less than half of an ordinary supreme grade sword. The gap between the two was enormous. Relying on Sky Scorpio Sword, Yi Chun could seriously injure Giant Wolf King and force him to flee. Taking out a large number of Zhen Yuan crystals, Yi Chun rapidly refined them to make up for his deficiency. Giant Wolf King was beaten away. Yi Chun defeated Giant Wolf King. Surpassing realms to defeat Giant Wolf King? How is this possible? Too frightening. Back then, even Xianhou could only contend against life and death kings at this realm. She couldn't defeat them, but Yi Chun actually did it, contending against life and death kings with the status of strongest half-step king. Since ancient times, many people had accomplished this. However, defeating a life and death king was something that not a single person had accomplished in the last several tens of thousands of years. Of course, the spectating young experts were clear that Yi Chun had relied on Sky Scorpio Sword to achieve this step. Back then, Xianhou didn't have a supreme grade artifact and had relied on her own strength. Even so, Yi Chen's strength wasn't any weaker than Xuanho's. He was on the same level as Xianhou. If this news were to spread, the entire Elysium would be shaken. Someone said, "Of course, someone as talented as Xianhou has appeared. How could it not be shaken? Once he enters life and death realm, how frightening would he be?" Ling Hui blankly looked at Yi Chun and thought to himself, is it right or wrong for Extreme Heaven Sect to be his enemy? As long as he doesn't die, Extreme Heaven Sect will have no way out. Forget it. Regardless of whether he dies or not, Extreme Heaven Sect should avoid provoking him. What Yi Chen didn't know was that because of his performance just now, Ling Hui had the thought of not being his enemy, and it had also removed a great enemy for Eternal Sky Sect. Ling Hui didn't want to gamble. Yi Chen's appearance made him realize that his time couldn't be wasted on trivial matters. He had to wholeheartedly cultivate. Letting out a deep breath, Ling Hui turned around and flew away. The others also left one by one. Before they left, their eyes landed on Yi Chen as if they wanted to imprint his image into their minds. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, as long as Yi Chen didn't die, he would definitely become an influential figure in Elysium in the future. Yi Chen, it seems like I was worried for nothing. Lan Sanmei forced a smile. Yi Chen didn't stop training the Zhenyuan crystals, as he said, "Still, I have to thank you." As he spoke, his eyes looked into the surreal space, seemingly unintentionally. Deep in the surreal space, a skinny middle-aged man touched his chin. Mei Er's eyes are not bad. This kid has the potential to reach the top of the world. Let them interact more with him. When the time comes, the demonic blade, martial school, should also show some sincerity. Sending help in times of need is always better than adding icing on the cake. Flashing his body, the middle-aged man disappeared instantly. In the surreal space between the Sky Tiger Martial School and the Savage Mountain Range, a lady in white stopped. In front of her was a white halo. Inside the halo, there was a scene of the Savage Mountain Range. Yi Chun and Lan Sanmei appeared on the screen. "It seems like I don't have to show up directly." The lady in white smiled. "But this one is the real problem." Waving her hand, the white halo disappeared. The lady in white turned around and looked into the surreal space far away. Soon, a bulky middle-aged man with a domineering aura flew over. The middle-aged man was wearing a platinum battle robe. The dominating aura around him was very obvious. The power of space surrounded him, making it impossible for anyone to get close to him. "Sky Tiger King, how have you been?" The lady in white said, casually, "Xianhou, I can't believe you dare to come to my blood sky land." Sky Tiger King frowned and said in a low voice, "This is not a dangerous place. Why can't I come?" Xianhou didn't care at all. "You are trying to stop me." Sky Tiger King squinted his eyes. 3 years. After 3 years, I won't stop you. 3 years? What a joke. Who knows if he will become a life and death king in 3 years? Impossible. Sky Tiger King immediately denied. Nobody knew about the battle between the two. After Sky Tiger King returned, he immediately announced that he would go into closed-door training and come out 3 years later. Of course, this was for the future. Chapter 874. Yi Chen, I'll return to Demonic Blade Sect first. You be careful. Only Yi Chen and Lan Sanmei were left in Savage Mountain Range. Seeing that Yi Chen's Zhenyuan had more or less recovered, Lan Sanmei bade farewell. "All right, if you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Stopping refining the Zhenyuan crystal, Yi Chen said sincerely. Lan Sanmei smiled. Of course. Not needing Yi Chen's help now didn't mean he wouldn't need it in the future. Schwa. After speaking, Lan Sanmei turned into a black light and disappeared into the distance. Watching Lan Sanmei's departing figure, Yi Chun turned his head and glanced in the direction of Sky Tiger Beast Master. He didn't know if it was his misconception, but during his battle with Giant Wolf King, he had a feeling that he was being watched. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. However, this feeling didn't carry any malice. In fact, one of them even gave him a sense of familiarity. "Many thanks," Yi Chun muttered to himself and flew in the direction of Eternal Sky Sect. Eternal Sky Sect Plaza in front of the palace. Yi Chun landed. "Supreme Elder." Eternal Sky Sect disciples greeted him one after another. 3 months have passed, and Elder Yi has returned. I wonder what rank Supreme Elder is in the life and death substitute list. Some disciples discussed in low voices. With Elder Ye's strength that easily defeated Ling Hui, ranking in the top 20 shouldn't be a problem, perhaps even higher. I'm guessing top 10. Can't you see that Elder Ye's aura is countless times more frightening than 3 months ago? Top 20 is more or less possible. As for top 10, I don't think it's possible. Not to mention our Blood Sky continent's 8 great beast lords and 4 demons. Other continents also have shocking geniuses. How difficult would it be to enter the top 10? Yi Chun didn't conceal his aura at all. All the Sea of Soul realm experts of Eternal Sky Sect were alarmed. Whether they were in seclusion, cultivating, or drinking tea, they all flew out of their residences and arrived at the plaza. "Elder Yi, congratulations on Elder Ye's return." The leader was Li Zhongfeng, the leader of the Changtian school. Yi Chun smiled. "Has Zhangtian sect been well these past 3 months?" Li Zhongfeng said, "Thanks to Elder Yi, no one has come to disturb us in the past 3 months. That spirit vein has almost been dug clean." "That's good." The 3 sects had suffered greatly, and they would not harass Changtian's sect while he was not here. "Elder Yi, the life and death secret realm has already closed. With Elder Ye's strength, your ranking should be quite high, right?" Li Zhongfeng saw that Yi Chen's face didn't look gloomy at all, and that his aura had become several times more terrifying. He knew that Yi Chen's trip had been very smooth, so he dared to ask, "You can say it's number 1. I'll go into seclusion for a few days." With that, Yi Chun flew towards the mountain peak he was at. Yi Chun left like a feather, but the people who heard his words were all shocked. "First place? Wasn't that number 1? Hiss. Everyone, including Li Zhongfeng, was stupefied. 8 young beast lords, for demons, peerless geniuses of other continents, had all been defeated by Yi Chun. This was simply world-shaking news. Changtian sect flared up. Returning to the mountain peak, Yi Chun immediately entered seclusion. His cultivation base was indeed at the 3rd layer of life and death chamber, but he had yet to familiarize himself with this sudden increase in strength, and his foundation was not very stable either. He had to enter seclusion for a few days to consolidate his current cultivation base. 7 days passed in a flash. Yi Chun smoothly exited seclusion. The 3rd layer of life and death chamber is indeed miraculous. I can vaguely sense the life and death cycle of heaven and earth, but it's very vague. In life and death chamber, one's body carried the aura of life and death. In fact, one had already come into contact with life Tao and death Tao, but could not grasp or use them. Duguju had grasped a trace of death Tao, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds. Marquis Swordstar's star meteor was also the same. No rush. I'll grasp both life Tao and death Tao, but not now. What I need to do now is forge upper-grade swords. Although his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, Yi Chun would not neglect his sword Tao cultivation base. The process of forging swords was also a process of self-reflection, unceasing self-reflection, unceasing breakthroughs, an endless cycle in life and death's secret realm. The news of Yi Chen's invincibility, eventually reaching the first rank of life and death realm substitute, list spread throughout the 3 continents as well as overseas, shocking the whole world. What shocked them was not Yi Chen's invincibility, but Yi Chen's youth. According to the young expert who brought back the news, Yi Chen was no more than 30 years old, the youngest among all of them. Not even 30 years old, but the first rank of life and death realm substitute list. Was this another Xianhou? No. Yi Chen was Yi Chen, not anyone's shadow. His invincibility came from the strength of his opponents. Marquis Sword Snow and Marquis Sword Star were both peerless geniuses in the past. However, since they were in the same generation as Yi Chen, they were defeated. As for who was the true first rank between Yi Chen and Su Jing, there were still many disputes. However, such disputes were meaningless. The two were lovers, and their future would shock the whole world. Elysium shook the whole world. Blood Sky Continent was shaken. Giant Wolf King was defeated. White Wolf Sect's Supreme Elder Giant Wolf King was defeated. The one who defeated him was neither a life and death king nor a beast king, but a young man at the 3rd layer of life and death chamber. That young man was precisely the first rank of life and death realm substitute list. Defeating Giant Wolf King at the 3rd layer of life and death chamber was an accomplishment that no one had achieved in the past several tens of thousands of years. Perhaps Xianhou could also defeat ordinary life and death kings at the same level with a supreme grade artifact, but it had never happened. And now, such a thing had happened. Yi Chen's name thoroughly exploded in Blood Sky Continent. That's right. Indeed, it exploded. Blood Sky Continent also had the Pavilion of Knowledge. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Yi Chen's name spread in other continents as well. Just like Xuanhou's name back then, everyone knew about him. Yi Chen, are you sure it's him? In an underground palace, 3 blood shadows were standing in a triangle. The blood shadow with the strongest aura spoke to the blood shadow with a curved horn on his head. The blood shadow with a curved horn nodded. According to the description, it's 80 to 90% accurate. Eternal Sky Sect hasn't been destroyed for 500 years. It's a bit strange. Don't touch him for the time being. After a moment of silence, the leading blood shadow said, "Are we just going to let him go like this?" The blood-winged female blood shadow was puzzled. Don't be impulsive. We don't have enough tenacious strength in this world. In fact, we've always been hiding in the shadows. Once we walk out of the darkness and stand in the sunlight, we'll lose our footing, which will arouse the vigilance of this world's experts. Of course, they've already sensed our existence. The leading blood shadow said unhurriedly, "This is a huge threat. Has he not grown up yet?" The female blood shadow was unwilling. "Don't worry, we won't let go of those who pose a threat. That Battle King is an example. However, not being able to kill that Xianhou was a mistake and an irreparable regret. Let our representatives do the rest. Those representatives are too weak. Although they can be considered as life and death experts in this world, they're just the lowest level experts." Hee hee, the leading blood shadow chuckled. "We can't control a powerful expert like Xianhou. Being weak also has its advantages. It's not easy to arouse suspicion. Should we let the representatives kill him now?" The blood shadow with a curved horn asked. Faintly shaking her head, the leading blood shadow said, "Don't lose patience. I don't want to make another mistake. Moreover, we still have the most important thing to do, which is to unseal Lord Curse and Lord Terror. After unsealing them, we won't need to hide in the darkness anymore. We can breathe the air of this world openly. We've persevered for countless years, but those seals are too strong." The female blood shadow was a bit tired. "No rush. At the slowest, it'll take 100 years. At the fastest, It'll be unsealed in a few decades. The leading blood shadow was also somewhat silent. Suddenly, the blood shadow with a curved horn spoke. Perhaps we don't need to do anything. In this world, he has offended many powers. He was referring to Yi Chun. The female blood shadow disdainfully said, "This world will never be united." "Wrong, you're all wrong." The blood shadow in the lead solemnly said, "If this world is peaceful, that would be our fortune. Experts are tempered through slaughter. It's just like raising bugs. The strong will devour the weak, and the last strong will be able to make up for all the weak before them." All right, Horn Devil, continue observing that human youngster. Don't act blindly without thinking. Yes. The blood shadow with a curved horn nodded. Meeting dismissed. The leading blood shadow scattered, seeming to have lost all of its power. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of iron hammers striking metal rang out incessantly. This was an underground flame cave, and a fiery aura surged. A young man was holding an iron hammer, striking the sword embryo on top of the furnace. As the iron hammer struck, the sword embryo became sharper and more aggressive. For a whole month, Yi Chun had been crafting top-rank swords. He could feel that crafting swords was also a kind of training that would allow him to accumulate a lot of experience. After who knew how many times, Yi Chun's mind was enlightened. He raised the iron hammer high, and his body emitted an immortal power as he hammered down. Dang! This hammering sound lasted for a long time. The sound seemed to contain immortality, never dissipating. The unfinished sword below emitted an immortal power that far surpassed any of the swords that Yi Chun had forged. Once it was completed, its power could be imagined. Rank 5 Immortal Sword Soul, finally completed. Putting down the iron hammer, Yi Chun's face showed a faint understanding. Immortal, what was immortal? In fact, immortality was just a kind of spirit. It wasn't a concrete existence. As the rank 5 Immortal Sword Soul formed, the Destruction Sword Soul in Yi Chun's mind trembled. The two great sword souls were at the same rank, finally resonating with each other. The resonance of destruction and immortality. Under this resonance, Yi Chun's cultivation base suddenly reached perfection, reaching the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Chamber. Chapter 875. Once he reached the peak of the third level, all of Yi Chun's flesh and blood had combined with his Zhen Yuan. His meridians contained Zhen Yuan, his blood contained Zhen Yuan, his skin contained Zhen Yuan, and even his internal organs contained Zhen Yuan. Besides his bones, his whole body was like a super sponge, and his Zhen Yuan was like water, which could be absorbed by the sponge. As for the Dantian, it still had an irreplaceable function. It was the source of power and one of the cores of the human body. I can almost reach the first layer of the undying body, broken limb rebirth. Although Zhen Yuan had fused with the flesh and blood to reach the realm of broken limb rebirth, he still had to fuse the Zhen Yuan into the bones. After all, there were many bones in the human body. If the flesh and blood were cut off, it could be recovered, but what about the bones? He couldn't just recover the flesh and blood without the bones, right? Wouldn't that make him a soft caterpillar? Fusing the Zhen Yuan into the bones was not a difficult process for Yi Chun. He had already touched the threshold of broken limb rebirth, but his foundation was still lacking. Time flew by, and in a mere 7 days, Yi Chun succeeded. From now on, he also possessed the ability of broken limb rebirth. He only needed to consume Zhen Yuan, and he didn't need to eat Yuan Qi or Xiantian Yuan Qi pills anymore. After entering the life and death realm, the undying body can at most reach the early broken limb rebirth realm. After entering the life and death realm at the peak of the third layer, the undying body can reach the peak broken limb rebirth realm, which is only a step away from flesh derivation. I've already reached the early broken limb rebirth realm. Once I enter the life and death realm, my undying body will at least reach the early flesh derivation realm. The difference between the realms of entering the life and death realm was huge. High-step, half-step kings who entered the life and death realm were the most ordinary life and death realm kings. However, those who entered the life and death realm at the peak of the third layer had great potential. As long as their cultivation base kept up, they would be able to make rapid progress. Someone like Yi Chun, who had the broken limb rebirth ability even before entering the life and death realm, was extremely rare. Among the same realm, only the young, undying demon lord could do it. Suddenly, Yi Chun smiled bitterly. Before he reached the realm of limb regrowth, the true essence in his body was very abundant and could not be increased. Now, there was only a little bit of true essence left in his body. Of course, this did not mean that the true essence had disappeared into thin air. Rather, it was devoured by the cells. True essence and the body became one, and there was no distinction between the two. Although it was said that way, it was still the body that took the lead. Once the battle was extremely fierce and the consumption of true essence was too fast, he could squeeze it out of his cells. This was because the fusion was still in the initial stage. There was still the middle stage of broken limb rebirth, the late stage, the peak, the early stage of flesh derivation, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak, even the blood rebirth realm. No wonder young undying demon lord's Jinyuan is several times denser than a peak third layer, life and death chamber human at the same level. Once he reaches the broken limb regrowth realm, he can hold even more Jinyuan and increase his cultivation base even faster. At the Sea of Souls realm, only the Dantian could store Jinyuan, and meridians were only the channels. At the half-step king warrior level, the blood could also store Jinyuan, and at the life and death challenge realm, the flesh could also store Jinyuan. Right now, Yi Chen's entire body could store Jinyuan, and the Jinyuan he had before was obviously not enough. Fortunately, I have a lot of Jinyuan crystals. Yi Chen smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to refine the Jinyuan crystals. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000. After consuming 50,000 Jinyuan crystals, Yi Chen finally felt full and could no longer refine Jinyuan. At this moment, his Jinyuan was 3 times denser than before. He was not inferior to young, undying demon lord at all. The Sky Scorpio sword could also be used 15 times in a row, nearing 20 times. The evil shattering sword could be used at will. What a frightening power! His whole body was brimming with power, a feeling that not everyone could experience. At this moment, Yi Chun felt that even his fingernails contained a frightening power that could easily tear apart steel and artifacts. Of course, Yi Chun was also clear that his battle power had not increased by much, because the purity of his Jinyuan had not increased. It was merely 3 times denser than before. 1 day later, the unfinished upper-grade sword was completed. The color of this sword was pure gold, as if it was forged from gold. It was a supreme upper-grade sword, the only supreme upper-grade sword Yi Chun had ever forged. Although it was only upper-grade, its power was comparable to a peak semi-extreme grade artifact, which was equivalent to a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Because of the frightening immortal sword intent contained within, it was roughly peak third step. When used by Yi Chun, it did not have much of an effect. However, if it was used by another sword artist, the effect would be huge. With a peak third step immortal sword intent, it would be more than enough to defeat even more powerful opponents. Merely upper grade, not immortal yet. I'll call you 100 eras. 100 eras meant 100 eras, which meant 10,000 years. Because of the immortal sword intent, this sword could be preserved for at least 10,000 years without any damage. If a family under 5th grade could obtain it, It would be a great sword. Gotcha! Very easily, Yi Chen used the 100 Era's sword to cut down another upper-grade sword. His cultivation base had reached perfection, and his immortal sword soul had reached the 5th step. Resonating with the 5th step destruction sword soul, Yi Chen's strength rose by a large margin. Next, Yi Chen slowed down the forging of upper-grade swords and began to comprehend the undying Tao. With a soul power 5 times that of ordinary people and a cultivation base at the peak of the 3rd layer, Yi Chen's progress would be enormous as long as he focused on something. In merely 10 days, Yi Chen comprehended a trace of death Tao. Too vague. No wonder only the strongest attacks could contain a trace of death Tao in the early stages. Marquis Swordstar's Star Meteor and Duguju's Despair Killing Blade were their strongest offensive moves. However, their ordinary moves didn't contain the Tao of Death because they didn't have a deep comprehension of it. Of course, entering life and death realm didn't require one to comprehend both life and death Tao. Even life and death kings couldn't accomplish such a feat as long as one comprehended a small part of life and death Tao and verified them. They would be able to enter life and death realm. Swish! Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen slashed out, completely restraining the sword energy. It was precisely the 2nd style of autumn water sword arts, congealing water. The reason why bewitching mirror shattering was so powerful was because of its space profound. However, death Tao required pure destructive power. Therefore, congealing water was more suitable. Wrong. Yi Chen shook his head and sheathed his sword, pondering with his brows creased. Swish! Another sword slash was sent out. Still wrong. Blackwater Alliance headquarters, on a huge black island in the palace at the center of the island, Blood Sky Continents, Yi Chen, and True Spirit Continents, Yi Chen, are actually the same person? On the throne, the black-robed man's fingers wrapped on the black golden armrest. Teacher, he hasn't become a life and death king yet, so we still have a chance. Once he enters life and death realm, we'll be in danger. Wang Tai said from below. Wang Tai wasn't a person of True Spirit Continent, so it took him more than a month to return to Blackwater Alliance. I know. I'm apprehensive of Dragon King and Xianhou. The black-robed man raised his head. Dragon King and Xianhou are in True Spirit Continent. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to confront our entire Blackwater Alliance. Wang Tai didn't put Dragon King and Xianhou in his eyes. Blackwater Alliance was a huge alliance with numerous life and death kings, and there was no lack of powerful ones. It'd be best if we can offend them. The black-robed man was one of the tycoons of Blackwater Alliance. He was well aware of how frightening Dragon King and Xianhou were. If they truly fought, Blackwater Alliance might not be able to gain the upper hand. However, monopolizing my Blackwater Alliance's 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals, he's dead for sure. We must kill him before he enters life and death realm. 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals was a huge number even for Blackwater Alliance. It should be known that Blackwater Alliance had many kings. Apart from Blackwater Alliance, there were also other life and death kings who could get a share. Losing 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals would be a huge loss for Blackwater Alliance. The reason why he didn't let Yi Chen enter life and death realm was because once Yi Chen entered life and death realm, he would need a huge amount of Zhen Yuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Who knew how many Zhen Yuan crystals he would have left? How about this? I'll send 2 kings to Blood Sky Continent with you. Remember, act in secret, and don't expose your identity. Try to kill him in one strike. The black-robed man stopped knocking on the armrest and said with a stern tone, Yes. Wang Tai firmly nodded. All right, you can leave first. I'll contact some free kings. Life and death kings all had things to do. They were either in seclusion, searching for treasures in Elysium, or entering the starry sky. They rarely had free time. Chi, 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 chi. In the past few days, Yi Chun had been using congealing water hundreds of times a day to comprehend the Death Tao. This was only because his cultivation base had increased by 3 times. Otherwise, his Jun Yuan wouldn't have been able to keep up. After stabbing dozens of times in the air, Yi Chun suddenly turned sideways. Break! Retracting his sword energy, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the towering tree in front of him. Crash! The towering tree withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its bark turned black, and its vitality was extinguished, finally succeeded. This sword contained the Death Tao, extinguishing the tree's vitality. If it pierced the enemy's body, it would naturally extinguish the enemy's vitality. It was extremely tyrannical. However, compared to Marquis Swordstar's Star Meteor, the Death Tao contained in this sword was a bit lacking. How could the vitality of a tree compare to the vitality of an expert? However, Yi Chun was quite satisfied. As long as he had grasped the right path, how could he not improve? At this moment, Yi Chun was confident that he could heavily injure Giant Wolf King without relying on Sky Scorpio Sword. Chapter 876. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun took out a black iron ore from his storage ring. It was actually the Death Chi Iron Oregon. The Death Chi Iron ore came from the Life and Death Secret Realm. It innately contained the Death Chi Iron Oregon. Death Chi Iron ore came from the Life and Death Secret Realm. It innately contained the Death Chi Iron Oregon. If placed next to a plant, it would instantly wither. If placed next to a small river, it could even gradually dry up and turn the water inside into stagnant water. With this Death Chi Iron ore, Yi Chun was confident that he could comprehend even more Death Tao. In the boundless starry sky, a streak of light streaked across. The streak of light passed through a group of meteorites and small stars before finally arriving on a fiery ruined star. This ruined star was extremely small, less than 6,000 li in diameter. Its surface was covered in cracks and magma. It seemed to have suffered some kind of heavy damage and was filled with a deathly aura. Swish! The streak of light descended and turned into a black-robed man. "In Sky King, you're looking for me?" Just as the black-robed man descended, a streak of light suddenly flew over from the other side of the ruined star and landed in front of the black-robed man. It was a yellow-haired old man with an extremely ugly appearance. His face was full of pockmarks, and his strange eyes were more white than black. He looked exceptionally vicious and sinister, making one shudder in fear. "Poison Fire King, seems like your cultivation base has improved again." The black-robed man smiled. This Poison Fire King was also a Life and Death King of the Blackwater Alliance. Poison Fire King rolled his eyes. "I've cultivated in the core of the star for more than 30 years. If I don't make any progress, I might as well kill myself. On the other hand, in Sky King, you're quite idle." "That's right. Your cultivation base has long since reached 900 years, unlike us. If my cultivation base could surpass 500 years, I'd also like to take a good rest and find a few hundred beauties to vent my lust." Hearing these words, the black-robed man sneered. "You're still lacking women. There should be more than 1,000 skeletons of beauties on this star. I have something to ask of you." "What? You can't do it yourself?" Poison Fire King immediately became vigilant. "I want you to kill someone for me," the black-robed man said seriously. "Ha ha ha." Poison Fire King laughed heartily, causing the black-robed man to crease his brows and turn gloomy. "My apologies." Poison Fire King was still somewhat afraid of the black-clothed man. The Blackwater Alliance's In Sky King was one of the big shots. He stopped laughing and asked, "In Sky King, you can't blame me for this. You know that my strength isn't even 1/10 of yours. How can I do something that you can't? Aren't you clearly sending me to my death? Although I'm no match for you, I'm not willing to throw my life away." Poison Fire King was indeed a life and death king of Blackwater Alliance, but he wasn't In Sky King's subordinate. Blackwater Alliance was merely an alliance. He could help out with some small matters, but big matters could be discussed later. Who said, "I'm sending you to your death"? In Sky King's expression softened. "The person I want you to kill is not a life and death king, nor a beast king, but a human brat at the third layer of life and death chamber. I'm curious, is there a need for me to kill him? Moreover, if you go by yourself, you can kill him with a casual breath." Poison Fire King's eyeballs turned, his face full of suspicion. This kid's strength can't be underestimated. He's the #1 genius of this generation's life and death substitute list. Nobody under life and death realm is his opponent. Only life and death kings can kill him. As for why I'm not acting, it's because this kid's backers are Dragon King and Xian Ho. You also know that I represent the entire Blackwater Alliance. There are some matters that can't be done personally, even if there's no risk. Although In Sky King said so, he wasn't actually afraid of Dragon King and Xian Ho. After all, Yi Chen had killed Yi Chen in Blood Sky Continent. Who knew who the murderer was? What he was afraid of was the peak existence protecting Eternal Sky Sect. He had long since investigated Eternal Sky Sect's information and naturally knew many details. Being able to reach his current height, In Sky King had always been an extremely cautious person. Although the peak existence protecting Eternal Sky Sect might have left long ago, he still wanted to probe and wouldn't easily take risks. Otherwise, if he died, he would have nothing left. In Sky King, if you want me to die, then do it now. You want me to offend Dragon King. And Xian Ho, do you think I'm easy to bully? Poison Fire King furiously opened up a distance. In Sky King was furious. Listen to me first. This kid is not on True Spirit Continent. He's on Blood Sky Continent. If you kill him, nobody will know. Blood Sky Continent. Poison Fire King pondered for a moment and decisively shook his head. No way. This is your matter. What does it have to do with me? Find someone else. He didn't believe that there was no risk. What if you add 2 blazing star crystals? Moreover, he has more than 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals from my Blackwater Alliance. I'll give you 1/10. In Sky King's true goal was the 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals and the wealth on Yi Chen's body. After killing Yi Chen, he naturally intended to monopolize the Zhen Yuan crystals. In any case, only he, Poison Fire King, and his disciple Wang Tai knew about it. You have blazing star crystals. Poison Fire King's eyes shone with greed. 1 blazing star crystal could increase his cultivation base by 10 years. 2 would be 20 years, saving him many years of bitter cultivation. This was a rare treasure. Moreover, 200,000 Zhen Yuan crystals were not to be underestimated either. They could increase his cultivation base by a few years. Of course, In Sky King took out a fiery red, resplendent crystal, emitting a dreamy star-like radiance. Blazing star crystal. Damn it! Why can't I have it? Poison Fire King wished he could immediately snatch it. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I want 1/5. No way, 1/10 is already a lot. 1/6. In the end, the 2 of them settled on the condition of 2 Inferno Star crystals and 1/8 of the True Essence crystal. Truly a greedy fellow. Leaving the ruined star, In Sky King felt his heart ache. The value of the 2 blazing fire star crystals was extremely high. Although he couldn't use them, he could exchange them with others. Fortunately, he had an agreement with Poison Fire King. The latter's pseudo-supreme grade sword and pseudo-supreme grade armor belonged to him, and he couldn't seize them. These two pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were pretty good even among life and death kings. As for the supreme grade sword, it was not enough to dispel Poison Fire King's thoughts. Sky King agreed that he could obtain 1/5 of the sword's wealth. Who would have thought that a character who is not even a life and death king would have a supreme grade sword? What a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, I can't take the risk. One Poison Fire King was not enough. With the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen could even defeat Giant Wolf King. Although Poison Fire King was much stronger than Giant Wolf King, it was not enough. However, Sky King already had a good candidate in mind. That person was not as greedy as Poison Fire King. If he hadn't saved him back then, he would have lost his life long ago. With a streak of light, Sky King disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Yi Chen still didn't know that one of the tycoons of Blackwater Alliance, Sky King, had invited two life and death kings to deal with him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. Although his strength was not enough, he still had the supreme gazing painting. With the painting, even if Sky King came personally, he wouldn't have an easy time. Yi Chen didn't care about the storm in the outside world, nor did he notice it. He was immersed in the comprehension of Death Dao. Death Qi. Swish. After observing the Death Qi, or for a moment, Yi Chen pulled out the evil vanquishing sword and stabbed out. The formless Death Qi rippled in the air, spreading out in all directions. Not good, not reserved enough. Once the Death Qi spread out, its destructive power would be reduced. It would have to be coordinated with congealing water sword and explode within the opponent's body. What a pity! If I had the ability to forge Death Qi iron into a Death Qi sword now, I would be able to comprehend the way of death even faster. With a top-grade sword forged from Death Qi iron, one could slowly comprehend the way of death in the midst of slaughter. This human skin mask is really not bad. Seems like I'll have to learn how to make it in the future, just in case I need it. 10,000 li away from Eternal Sky Sect, 3 figures were flying at an extremely fast speed. The pale-faced, middle-aged man in the middle touched his face and chuckled. Poison Fire King, Blood Hand King, I'll wait for you here. Remember, teachers, words. You must kill in one strike. Don't attract other people's attention. The ugly-faced youth said, What nonsense! It's just killing a little guy. I alone can do it, let alone a sneak attack. Poison Fire King, who had changed his appearance, curled his lips. I hope you'll succeed. The ugly youngster was naturally Wang Tai. Although he was not a life and death king, Sky King had allowed him to follow. Don't worry, my profound meaning of blood will kill him immediately. The other dark-faced, middle-aged man coldly said, All right, let's go. Wang Tai concealed himself in a dense forest. Let's go. Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King shattered the space and disappeared. In the past few days, Yi Chen had been training in the mountain range behind Eternal Sky Sect, comprehending Death Dao. Nobody disturbed him. One day, Yi Chen's brows creased. He had just felt a soul power scan him. King grade soul power. The soul power of a life and death king was extremely hidden. Those below life and death realm simply couldn't sense it. However, Yi Chen was a soul genius, and his quality was not any lower than a life and death king's. Another one. 2 more. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. However, he pretended as if nothing had happened on the surface, wholeheartedly training his sword. He didn't even use Death Dao, only using sword moves. Who wants to deal with me? Yi Chen guessed inwardly. Could it be because of the Sky Scorpio sword? Subconsciously, Yi Chen thought that a life and death king coveted the Sky Scorpio sword and wanted to kill him for it. However, According to reason, no one in Blood Sky Continent would brazenly come to Eternal Sky Sect and kill him for the sword. After all, the reason Eternal Sky Sect could stand tall for so many years was because a titled monarch had said several hundred years ago that no one was allowed to invade Eternal Sky Sect. Life and Death Kings and Beast Kings were naturally among them. Chapter 877. In the depths of the void, Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's soul power penetrated through the spatial barrier and landed on Yi Chen's body. Peak of the third layer. Wasn't it said that there was only the third layer? Poison Fire King faintly exclaimed. Although the third layer and peak third layer were in the same realm, the difference was not small. At the peak of the third layer, the energy within one's body and flesh would fuse together, allowing one to store much more energy. Moreover, the perfection of one's mental state would allow one's body to utilize energy with greater ease, increasing one's battle strength. Poison Fire King, are you afraid? Blood Hand King sneered. Poison Fire King almost jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. Blood Hand King, what do you mean? No matter how powerful he is still not a life and death king. I'm merely surprised. Moreover, I advise you not to be careless. He has a supreme grade sword, and even Giant Wolf King is no match for him. Although both of us are stronger than Giant Wolf King, we might be injured if we're not careful. Poison Fire King had always been cautious, and he viewed his own life with extreme importance. If not for the temptation being too great, he wouldn't have rashly come over. Rest assured, I won't be careless no matter who I'm facing. Otherwise, Sky King wouldn't have invited me. Before becoming a life and death king, Blood Hand King was an assassin. As an assassin, the most basic requirement was not to be careless. Even when facing an ordinary person, one's heart had to be as calm as still water. Poison Fire King's mouth twitched. He also knew that Blood Hand King was a frightening person. His frightening was not his strength, but his calm heart. Such a person would either not attack or strike like a thunderbolt. All right, let's do it. Make sure to use your killing moves. Poison Fire King licked his lips with a sinister expression on his face. Blood Hand King's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, but his indifference was even more frightening. Circulating their Zhanyuan, the two's auras rose. Attack! Kacha! The space ruptured, and Poison Hand King and Blood Hand King appeared. Their auras had already reached a critical point. Poison Hand King slightly opened his mouth, faintly emitting a purple-red radiance. Blood Hand King's palms turned blood-red like jade, containing a frightening power. Bewitching mirror shattering. They were fast, but Yi Chun was faster. Just as the two moved before they could break the space, Yi Chun took out the Sky Scorpio sword and unsheathed it in an instant. By the time the two broke the space, Yi Chen's bewitching mirror shattering had already finished storing up power. With a slash, boundless space ripples, and sword chi containing the profound of space pervaded, condensed, and solidified. Ugh! Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King, who were sealed in the mirror, looked dazed. What was going on? How did Yi Chun know that someone was going to attack him? How did he know that they would attack from this position? Coincidence? Even a fool would know that this was not a coincidence. The only explanation was that Yi Chun had a soul power comparable to a life and death king. By relying on his powerful soul power, he was able to trace their existence and make preparations in advance. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the fact that they were attacked as soon as they came out. Damn it! In less than 1,000th of a blink of an eye, Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's figures twisted, struggling to break free from the restraint of the frozen space. However, they had underestimated the might of bewitching mirror shattering. Adding on the fact that they were caught unprepared, they wasted a lot of time. By the time they reacted, the mirror had already shattered. It shattered into millions of pieces, each piece like a sharp blade. Poochie, 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 poochie. What did it feel like to be cut into pieces? This was the feeling right now. Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's protective Jinyuan was cut open, and cracks appeared on their armors. The places where they weren't wearing defensive artifacts were covered in bloody scars. The masks on their faces were also torn off, revealing their flesh and blood. In a mere instant, the two had suffered a frightening blow. Kid, I'll dismember you into 1,000 pieces. Poison Fire King's roar couldn't even be isolated by the pervading space power. The entire mountain range shook, as if this sound wave had the power to destroy a small mountain range. Still not enough. Using bewitching mirror shattering to injure Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King, not only did the two have to retract their killing moves, but their bodies had also become stiff. However, Yichen knew that this was far from enough. The opponents had undying bodies, and these injuries would quickly recover. By the time they recovered, he would be in danger fighting 1 against 2. His forehead opened, and a silver vertical eye opened. Noiselessly, a silver light beam shot out, ignoring the pervading space power and Poison Fire King's physical defenses, directly drilling into his sea of soul. Amidst Poison Fire King's muffled groan, Yichen didn't stop. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword, his figure flickered, arriving not far from Blood Hand King and thrusting out. Autumn Water Sword, Art's second style, congealing water. In terms of pure lethality, congealing water had already surpassed bewitching mirror shattering. This was because, apart from containing the metal profound and water profound, it also contained the death Tao. As the sword stabbed out, the crisis of death enveloped Blood Hand King. Blood Hand King was, after all, an assassin, be it his mental endurance or reaction speed. He was a bit faster than Poison Fire King. At the moment of imminent peril, he crossed his arms in front of his forehead. Rip! The Sky Scorpio sword pierced through Blood Hand King's crossed arms, only missing an inch. Pung! A rain of light sprinkled down, and Blood Hand King's arms turned into purple crystals, thoroughly shattering. Apart from this, a power of extermination spread through his arms and into his body. It's Death Tao. Blood Hand King didn't reveal a trace of pain on his face, as if the shattered arms weren't his. However, he was somewhat astonished by the Death Tao contained in Yichen's sword. This was far more profound than the Death Tao he had comprehended when he first entered life and death realm. If Yichen comprehended half of the Death Tao and Life Tao, he would be able to enter life and death realm and become a true king. However, Death Tao isn't enough to deal with it. An even more powerful death chi erupted from Blood Hand King's body, instantly dispersing Yi Chen's death chi. What a pity! The moment Blood Hand King crossed his arms and blocked the sword, Yi Chen knew that he had lost the best opportunity to kill him. As a life and death king, it was impossible for him to not have comprehended Death Tao. If this sword had pierced Blood Hand King's vitals, Yichen was confident that the combination of Death Tao and congealing water would have left Blood Hand King on the verge of death. Seeing that his sword strike had no effect, Yichen hastily retreated and released his powerful sword domain, suppressing the surrounding spatial power and making the might of the sword domain even more frightening. Go! Thousands of cyan-colored swords condensed and shot toward Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been shot at the same time. The intensity was indescribable. Blood Hand King's shattered arms rapidly grew back, and the wounds on his body also healed. Blood Hand King's emotionless eyes fixated on Yi Chen, a trace of apprehension in the depths of his pupils. As an assassin, what he feared the most were those whose minds were as calm as an ancient well, able to display their strength to the limit, or even surpass it. Without a doubt, Yi Chen was this kind of person. From the moment they were restrained, the opponent's attacks came one after another, each of them extremely dangerous. As long as they were the slightest bit careless, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was hard to imagine how Yi Chen could come up with such a meticulous plan in such a short time. Clang, clang, clang. The protective Zhenyuan of a life and death king was extremely sturdy. The thousands of swords were all bounced off, and each spark could melt a large amount of mountain rocks. I made a mistake. I should have targeted someone else. Blood Hand King's mental fortitude and reaction speed astonished Yi Chen. On the other hand, the other person was much worse in this aspect, only at the level of an ordinary life and death king. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Yi Chen. Yi Chen hadn't studied these two's characters. If he had, he wouldn't have chosen this person as his first target. Puff! A silver light shot out as Yi Chen unleashed a soul light at Blood Hand King. Under the suppression of sword domain, no matter how fast Blood Hand King's reaction speed was, his body couldn't keep up. Therefore, the soul light charged into his sea of soul. His face slightly pale, Blood Hand King's expression was somewhat absent-minded. The soul membrane of a life and death king was extremely powerful, but Yi Chen's innate ability, soul light, was also not to be underestimated. Under the impact of the soul light, the membrane trembled, and his soul felt dizzy. Kill. Since Blood Hand King was his first target, Yi Chen wouldn't change his mind. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to use soul light a third time. If not for his immortal sword soul reaching the fifth step and resonating with the fifth step destruction sword soul, his soul power would have been completely depleted, and his condition would have dropped to a frightening level. And now the soul power in his sea of soul was less than a tenth of what it used to be, and it was at a dangerous level. Like a sword light, Yi Chen shot straight at Blood Hand King. The existence of sword domain made his speed even faster and harder to capture. In an instant, the distance between him and Blood Hand King was less than 10 meters. A sword pierced out. Congealing water. Kid, die for me. Poison Fire King had already recovered from the dizziness. While using his protective Zhenyuan to resist the myriad swords, he slightly opened his mouth, and a purple-red light flickered before shooting out. Fuse profound martial skill, poison fire explosion. I have to kill him. Yi Chen's face was filled with killing intent as he completely disregarded Poison Fire King's frightening attack. His sword pierced Blood Hand King's forehead, and a burst of energy combined with death chi exploded in Blood Hand King's head. Pung! Blood Hand King's head exploded, his life force gone. In the next moment, Poison Fire King's attack also landed on Yi Chen's body, creating a violent explosion. The purple-red flame was not only scorching hot, but also contained intense fire poison. Chapter 878. The location of the battle was thousands of miles away from the main peak of Zhangtian Martial School, but everyone in the school could feel waves of horrifying power being transmitted through the air. The howling wind had even blown down the trees on the surrounding mountains, uprooting the flowers and grasses, and then turning them into dust. This is a battle between kings. Li Zhongfeng's pupils shrank as he muttered. Sect leader. Is Elder Yi cultivating in the core of the mountain range? Us. Gao Ziyuan's face was filled with worry. What can we do? The great elder smiled bitterly. A casual attack from a life and death king can annihilate the entire sect. We can only pray that Elder Yi can turn misfortune into fortune and repel the invading kings. The news of Yi Chen heavily injuring Giant Wolf King had long since reached Eternal Sky Sect. Everyone in Eternal Sky Sect was filled with reverence for Yi Chen, regarding him as an existence comparable to ordinary kings. Bang! All of a sudden, the earth shook, and a lot of buildings on the main peak of the school collapsed. In the next moment, a huge purple-red fireball rose 1,000 li away. Even from 1,000 li away, It seemed as if it was right in front of one's eyes. Swish! As the fireball rose, a beam of light tore through the sky and pierced through the main peak's main hall, leaving a pitch-black hole in the ground. What's this? Everybody was startled. It looks like a sword. Li Zhongfeng's heart skipped a beat. Making a prompt decision, he slammed his palm on the ground. Puff! The beam of light flew out, revealing a sword sheath. It's Elder Ye's sword sheath. Someone recognized it. The evil vanquishing sword at Yi Chen's waist was something everyone had seen many times. Holding the sword sheath, Li Zhongfeng's expression became even more worried. This battle was definitely better than the one with Giant Wolf King. Otherwise, the sword sheath wouldn't have flown out. As the fireball rose, Poison Fire King was incomparably happy. The poison fire explosion was one of his most powerful ace attacks, not to mention a little guy at the peak of the third layer of life and death challenge. Even life and death realm warriors at the same level would not dare to use their bodies to resist it. He was sure that Yi Chen would die without a complete corpse. What a pity for Bloodhand King. Poison Fire King could not understand why Yi Chen would risk his life to kill Bloodhand King. The fireball gradually shrank, its color changing from purplish red to dark red, then from dark red to orange red. Then, with a poof, it dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Only the huge crater and lava on the ground could prove the authenticity of what had just happened. Impossible. Poison Fire King's expression changed. He saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen was wielding two swords. In the air, Yi Chen's appearance could only be described as miserable. His two swords were crisscrossed between his head and chest. Apart from his head and torso, the rest of his body was scorched black. His legs were even missing. From the outside, the two arms holding the evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword looked no different from charcoal. Indistinctly, crackling sounds could be heard coming from within his arms. The instant he killed Bloodhand King, Yi Chen immediately switched from offense to defense. The Destruction Sword Intent was replaced by the Immortal Sword Intent. Immortal Sword Intent focused on suppression and defense. Even so, he could only protect the most important parts of his body. His legs were directly burnt to ashes, and even the evil vanquishing sword sheath was sent flying to God knows where. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Yi Chen's arms turned into two balls of fire, burning into nothingness. Losing control of the two swords, the evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword fell down, along with the storage ring. It's mine! Poison Fire King's attention shifted to the Sky Scorpio sword. His figure flickered, ready to pounce. Sword snake art. The evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword faintly trembled, each turning into 33 sword phantoms. A total of 66 sword phantoms formed two sword phantoms flickering with cold light, twisting toward Poison Fire King. Poison Fire King managed to block the evil vanquishing sword, but not the Sky Scorpio sword. His arms and legs were shredded into bloody mist. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he spat out a flame from his mouth, repelling the sword image aimed at his head. Sky Scorpio sword and evil vanquishing sword flew back, hovering above Yi Chen's head. Flesh and blood squirmed, bones sprouted, and Yi Chen's arms and legs grew back. Raising his right hand, the storage ring automatically appeared on his finger. With a flicker of light, Yi Chen changed into a new set of blue clothes. Limri birth. Poison Fire King couldn't control his shock and blurted out, "Damien Sky King, you didn't even find out such important information." Poison Fire King hated In Sky King to the bone. Yi Chen was indeed not a life and death king, but his soul power was comparable to a life and death king's. Moreover, he had comprehended Death Dao, and even limb rebirth. If they continued fighting, He didn't know what new ability Yi Chun would use. However, thinking about it, Poison Fire King felt that he couldn't blame In Sky King. These abilities of Yi Chun were extremely powerful, and he wouldn't casually reveal them. Thus, In Sky King's failure to find out was quite normal. Activating Undying Body, Poison Fire King's 4 limbs grew back, and he also changed into a new set of clothes. Yi Chun, seems like we've all underestimated you. Poison Fire King looked at Yi Chun with apprehension. Who are you? Yi Chun asked. He had always been concealing his abilities. He wouldn't reveal all of his trump cards until the critical moment. Just like in the secret realm, he didn't reveal bewitching mirror shattering. He knew that if he didn't pay attention to these details, it would be too late for regrets at the critical moment. Who I am is not important. What's important is that today you'll die without a doubt. Poison Fire King didn't believe that he wasn't injured at all. Apart from pure killing power, his poison fire explosion also contained intense fire poison. This fire poison was like maggots in one's bones, extremely difficult to remove. Once it attacked the heart, even a peak life and death king would find it hard to save him. Is that so? As he spoke, Yi Chun took out a white fruit from his storage ring. This was the fruit of life and death's secret realm, containing a large amount of life chi. Just as Poison Fire King had expected, his body was indeed filled with fire poison that was difficult to remove. This fire poison was constantly devouring his life force and attacking his heart. Chewing the fruit of life, it turned into life liquid and entered his internal organs, replenishing his lost life force. Yi Chun let out a breath. For the time being, his life was no longer in danger. With your Zhen Yuan, using Undying Body should consume a lot of energy, right? Thinking of something, Poison Fire King grinned. Try it and you'll know. Activating his soul power, the Sky Scorpio Sword, an evil vanquishing sword landed in Yi Chun's hands. Fine, I'll give it a try. Poison Fire Explosion. Poison Fire King was extremely sinister. Opening his mouth, he spat out a killing move. A purplish-red flame pillar shot out, causing the space to boil and bubble. Extinguish! Yi Chun raised the Sky Scorpio Sword and slashed. Buzz. The space distorted and solidified, sealing the purplish-red flame pillar and shattering it into thousands of pieces. Let's see how long you can last. Poison Fire King clearly wanted to exhaust Yi Chun's Zhen Yuan. Opening his mouth, he spat out purplish-red flame pillar after purplish-red flame pillar, bombarding Yi Chun from several li away. He didn't dare to get too close to Yi Chun. Yi Chun's soul light left a lingering fear in his heart. Blood Hand King had also been struck by the soul light, causing his soul to feel dizzy. Otherwise, with Yi Chun's strength, how could he have instantly killed Blood Hand King? Yi Chun's soul light was simply not inferior to a heaven-grade, high-step soul secret art at great completion. Humph! Yi Chun coldly snorted. Poison Fire King thought he didn't have much Zhen Yuan left, but in fact, he still had 60 to 70% of it. Recovering the Undying Body only used 30%. However, this didn't mean he could use it as he pleased. The fire poison didn't seem to be able to threaten Yi Chun at the moment, but it still held back half of his Zhen Yuan. Otherwise, without the suppression of Zhen Yuan, the fire poison would attack his heart, and he wouldn't even need Poison Fire King to kill him. Congealing water. Switching to the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chun stabbed out with the Sky Scorpio Sword in his right hand. A purple water-like sword energy pierced through the void and attacked Poison Fire King. Poison Fire King jumped in fright. Multitasking. Perfect multitasking? Multitasking was something many people could accomplish, but to perfectly multitask like Yi Chun, executing different moves with both hands at the same time, was something few could accomplish. Even Poison Fire King admitted that he couldn't do it. Poison fire barrier. His left hand drew a semicircle, condensing an arc-shaped purple barrier in front of Poison Fire King. Pung! The water-like sword energy struck the purple barrier, causing circular ripples. With a muffled groan, Poison Fire King took several steps back. The poison fire flame explosion he was about to prepare was stopped. Now's the time. Yi Chen rapidly approached. With the bewitching mirror shattering in his left hand and congealing water in his right, it was as if he had turned into two people fiercely attacking Poison Fire King. Pung, 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 pung. Poison Fire King retreated again and again, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. How much Shenyuan does this kid have? Why hasn't the fire poison in his body erupted? Poison Fire King gradually thought of retreating. He had been underestimating Yi Chen all along. When Yi Chen didn't act as he expected, he lost confidence. Retreat. The space suddenly exploded as Poison Fire King tried to escape into the void. Bewitching mirror shattering, condense for me. Steam rose from Yi Chen's body as he used the bewitching mirror shattering with the Sky Scorpio sword. A hilarious scene unfolded. The Poison Fire King was stuck in the spatial barrier. Half of his body was outside, while the other half was in the void. He looked miserable. Spatial shattering. Poison Fire King's exposed body shattered into thousands of pieces, filling the sky with a purple rain of light. Yi Chen, you're dead. I will take revenge. From the depths of the void, Poison Fire King's crazed roar resounded. Yi Chen didn't care about Poison Fire King's words. He spurted out a mouthful of purple-red blood. There wasn't a trace of vitality in it, only fire poison. In fact, he was already at the end of his rope at this point. Just now, he had drawn out a portion of the Zhenyuan he used to suppress the fire poison and used the bewitching mirror shattering. However, the fire poison had immediately counterattacked, forcing his Zhenyuan to retreat. If Poison Fire King had persisted for a while longer, the one to die would have been Yi Chen. Unfortunately, the opponent had been scared off. Chapter 879. This fire poison is indeed troublesome. Taking out a large amount of Zhenyuan crystals, Yi Chen focused on refining them as he closed his eyes. In the evening, the sun set below the mountain and the sky darkened. Yi Chen opened his eyes and slowly let out a mouthful of fire poison qi. My Zhenyuan has completely recovered, but it will not be easy to get rid of the fire poison. Yi Chen could feel that although the fire poison in his body had been suppressed by the boundless Zhenyuan, it was still very tenacious. It was like maggots in one's bones, slowly eating away at his flesh and bones. Although he had already trained to the realm of regrowing broken limbs, it only applied to the limbs. If the injuries on the main body were fatal, it would still be extremely dangerous. Whatever, I won't be able to get rid of the fire poison in a short period of time. But it should be fine after a while. Yi Chen did not think much of this fire poison. He was not a normal person, and his body was not ordinary either. A mere fire poison would not be able to kill him. Turning his head, Yi Chen saw a lot of people. Almost all of the upper echelons of the school had arrived. Elder Yi. Seeing Yi Chen wake up, Li Zhongfeng let out a sigh of relief. Yi Chen faintly nodded. I've made you guys worry. Elder Yi, you're being too polite. Elder Ye's misfortune turned into fortune is our school's fortune. Oh, right. I wonder who the Life and Death King was. Was it because of our school? Once the battle ended, Li Zhongfeng and the others immediately rushed over. However, Yi Chen was recovering his Zhenyuan, so they waited beside him without disturbing him. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not sure either, but it most likely has nothing to do with the school. This was purely his intuition. All right, I'm going to close up and heal. If there is nothing, don't disturb me. The fire poison remaining in his body was more or less a problem dragging down a lot of his Shen Yuan. Shoo! With a flicker, Yi Chen flew toward his elder's mountain. Inside the secret room under the great elder's palace, Yi Chen sat on a stone platform with his legs crossed and a storage ring in his hand. I wonder how much wealth a Life and Death King has. After killing Blood Hand King, Yi Chen obtained Blood Hand King's storage ring, armor, and gloves. The armor was a peak semi-supreme grade armor, and the gloves were a bit better, pseudo-supreme grade. Life and Death Kings were divided into different levels. Without a doubt, be it Giant Wolf King, Poison Fire King, or Blood Hand King, they were all ordinary Life and Death Kings. Their strength was not too high, and it was quite normal for them not to have supreme grade artifacts. Not everyone had the same fortune as Yi Chen. Relying on his powerful soul power, Yi Chen erased Blood Hand King's soul imprint on the ring and sent his soul power inside. Blood Hand King's wealth was quite average. There were more than 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, more than 50 million high-grade spirit stones. There were 3 kinds of supreme-grade materials: the most common supreme-grade metal, star iron, 30 supreme-grade fire cloud stones, and 13 supreme-grade ice stones. Star iron was the most common material for forging supreme-grade artifacts. For example, Yi Chen had Death Chi iron. However, it was only a small piece, and it wasn't enough to forge a supreme-grade sword. Therefore, he needed to add other metals, and star iron was undoubtedly the most suitable. Although this metal was common, its compatibility was very high. It wouldn't be repelled by other metals, nor would it repel other metals. The amount of star iron in Blood Hand King's storage ring was several tens of thousands of gene, but it was extremely small, only half the size of a human head. On the other hand, among the 3 supreme-grade materials Yi Chen had bought in Gemstone Islands, there was also a fist-sized chunk of star iron. Adding the 2 together, it was more or less enough to forge a supreme-grade sword. As for Fire Cloud Stone and Ice Stone, they were also good materials for forging supreme-grade artifacts. Fire Cloud Stone could turn the artifact's attribute into fire, while Ice Stone could turn the artifact into ice. Both were very rare. The other 2 supreme-grade materials Yi Chen had obtained from Gemstone Islands were an egg-sized beehive iron and a finger-sized red copper. Altogether, Yi Chen had 5 supreme-grade materials. Apart from this, Blood Hand King's storage ring also contained a large amount of upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade materials. This is great. I won't lack materials to forge upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade swords. Although Yi Chen had bought a lot of upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade materials, they couldn't keep up with his consumption. If he wanted to learn upper-grade sword forging art to perfection, this amount of materials was clearly insufficient, not to mention semi-supreme-grade sword forging art. Yi Chen's storage ring was an upper-grade storage ring, even better than Blood Hand King's. After storing all of Blood Hand King's belongings into his own ring, Yi Chen began to take inventory. Spirit stones. Supreme-grade spirit stones, 50,000 in total. Upper-grade spirit stones, more than 160 million. 5 supreme-grade materials: star iron, beehive iron, red copper, fire cloud stone, and ice stone. Other precious items were 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals, a 3,000-year-old upper-grade fire pear tree, and a number of soul stones. These were the most precious items, and even Life and Death Kings might not necessarily have them. Apart from these, Yi Chen's storage ring still contained all sorts of items: upper-grade materials, upper-grade spirit grasses, artifacts of various grades. Blood Hand King's wealth wasn't that great, but it was easy to understand. At Life and Death Realm, the most important thing was to raise one's cultivation base. If one had something good, they would exchange it with others or buy it with supreme-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the cultivation base of a Life and Death King was a huge fortune in itself. Unfortunately, this fortune had already been digested by him. Huff, faintly letting out a breath, Yi Chen's attention shifted from the storage ring. It's time to expel the fire poison. As long as the fire poison wasn't expelled, it would be a disaster. Yi Chen didn't want to have to divide his Zhen Yuan to suppress the fire poison while fighting others. Circulating green lotus sword arts, Yi Chen's entire body glowed with a green radiance. This was the sign of Zhen Yuan, and his body fusing, a sign of activating a cultivation technique. From head to toe, there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't contain Zhen Yuan. Under his inner vision, Yi Chen slightly creased his brows. This fire poison had actually occupied a part of his body. Within the range of the fire poison, all of his cells had been contaminated, turning them into the base of the fire poison. The vitality and Zhen Yuan in his cells had also become the nourishment of the fire poison, strengthening its power. Raising his inner vision to the limit, Yi Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fire poison seemed to be suppressed by his boundless Zhen Yuan, but what made his scalp go numb was that any Zhen Yuan that came in contact with the fire poison was being transformed into fire poison. This process was very minute, so minute that it was almost undetectable. Seems like I've underestimated the fire poison's harmfulness. Yi Chen thought for a bit, then took out a few ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants from his storage ring, chewed them up, and swallowed them. The ice-cold spirit liquid slowly spread to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, his limbs, and hundreds of meridians. Only the fire poison was excluded. Fortunately, with the effect of the ice-cold spirit liquid, the fire poison's devouring of Zhen Yuan and life force slowed down. Seeing this, Yi Chen swallowed dozens of ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants, causing his body to cool down. His body temperature dropped to below a normal person's, just like a block of ice. There are no more ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants. I'm afraid it will be hard to suppress. Only now did Yi Chen pay attention to the fire poison. This fire poison was vastly different from the ordinary ones. Right, let's see if the extreme grade ice stone will work. Yi Chen didn't dare to swallow the ice stone, but he could wear it on his body to affect the fire poison. So cold. Holding the ice stone in his hand was fine, since he could use Zhen Yuan to resist the low temperature. However, Yi Chen needed the ice stone to suppress the fire poison, so he naturally wouldn't use Zhen Yuan to repel it. The surface of his skin was covered in a layer of frost. If an astral reaching expert were to approach Yi Chen at this moment, they would immediately suffer from frostbite. If they were too close, they might even be frozen into an ice sculpture without any vitality. Enduring the bone-chilling cold, Yi Chen smiled bitterly and took out the painting. Perhaps Senior Yuan Emperor knows what's going on with this fire poison? The painting unfolded, and Yi Chen poured in Zhen Yuan. Buzz! The ink figure on the way came to life, turning around and walking out of the painting. What's the trouble now? Yuan Emperor's image asked subconsciously. Yi Chen said, Senior Yuan Emperor, do you know what kind of fire poison is in my body? In fact, there was no need for Yi Chen to ask. Yuan Emperor's image had already sensed Yi Chen's abnormality. The latter's body temperature was even lower than an iceberg. If this continued, he would freeze to death. Placing his palm on Yi Chen's shoulder, Yuan Emperor's image poured a strand of Zhen Yuan into Yi Chen's body. After a long while, he said solemnly, This is star fire poison. Star fire poison? Yi Chen didn't understand. Yuan Emperor's image explained. In the core of a star, apart from the high temperature, there is also a frightening fire poison. Normally, this fire poison wouldn't gather together and would be very scattered. However, as time passes, the fire poison in the core of the star would gather together, forming a star poison fire drill. This star poison fire drill has an extremely high density of fire poison. Gradually, it mutated, turning into a strange poison that's hard to remove. Who did you fight with? How strong was he? Yuan Emperor's image asked. An ordinary life and death king. Poison Fire King was not a powerful life and death king. He was only a bit stronger than Giant Wolf King. The Yuan Emperor's image said, with his strength, it's impossible for him to cultivate the poison and fire profundities to a high level, and it's impossible for him to create something comparable to the star fire poison. If I'm not wrong, he definitely has the star poison fire drill, and he's using the star poison to fuse with his own strength to attack you. Star poison fire drills fire poison. No wonder! Yichen suddenly understood. Poison Fire King was a human, but he was using his mouth to spit out energy. He should have a star poison fire drill inside his body to complement his attack. Then, how do I remove it? Yuan Emperor's image shook his head. It's very difficult. If I weren't dead, removing the star fire poison would be very simple. However, although I have a large amount of Jin Yuan sealed in my body, I'm not a living person. If I forcibly remove the poison for you, a single mistake would cause your body to collapse. Only if you can cultivate broken limb regrowth to the late stage would I dare to try. But if you can cultivate it to the late stage, perhaps you won't need my help. You can slowly remove it, and you'll eventually succeed.